Sarah.
Hello there. Sarah.
My friends, welcome back to the game library, where we give a voice
to the Voiceless Games. My name is Martin, and as ever, I would just like to start the stream off with a single question. Have you played any good books lately? I know that we're about to. Today we are continuing our playthrough of The Elder Scrolls number 2, Daggerfall. But first, I would just like to say a quick hello to everyone. I would like to just acknowledge everybody who has dropped in thus far. So I'm just going to take a quick scroll through chat, and I would recommend in the meantime that you guys take a look at the question of the day sitting at the top of chat. I am very curious to hear your answers. So Necro, welcome in. Ghoul, welcome in. Dev, Dragon, Pan, welcome in. Short
All right,
Bull.
fine. Just for the only
Short
box.
Bull, it has been too long, my friend. Welcome in. I hope that you are having a wonderful, wonderful evening. And how does the day find you? How's the day find everyone? I'm better. So I'm just going to quickly tell you guys what the question of the day is. I'm going to give you my answer, and then we're going to review why we didn't have a Monday stream. Necro's answer to the question of the day: not every game needs a crafting system or a stealth option. Pick a lane and go with it. Ooh, that is a good one. Ooh, that is very good. Yeah, Skyrim really... man. Skyrim was amazing. Melly, welcome in. Skyrim was really amazing for its stealth, but I found that it really... in the same way that everyone did a Dark Souls game, it's not that people copied Skyrim necessarily, but they saw how successful a stealth option was in a game like Skyrim, and they just ran with it. I feel like that was the progenitor of that trend, not really games like Thief. Dragons answered the question of the day: as a native Xbox veteran, I really have never given a shit about anything to do with Halo. Strike me down. You don't have the balls. Never saw any appeal in the series, and it won't ever change. I'm the same way with Assassin's Creed. I've never given a toss about the Assassin's Creed games. It's not that they're bad games. It's not. I just never resonated. I played Assassin's Creed 1, and yeah, just didn't gel with me. Not really. Stealth in Skyrim was combat only. There was little to no reason to steal, and the loot was few and far between. Yeah, that is true. Okay, so here, you've actually inadvertently tied in to my hot take in Elder Scrolls, which is, you don't need a pickpocketing skill tree. I said it. Most people never ever pickpocket in those games. And that's not to say they shouldn't have the option. I understand. But nobody ever uses the pickpocketing skill tree in an Elder Scrolls game. So one could argue my hot take, which is you don't need pickpocketing in Elder Scrolls. But it's there. As a true role-playing game, the option is there. Your mission, should you choose to accept it. I like that it's an option. Like RuneScape doesn't need fire. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And just because it's your hot take doesn't mean you're right. That is a feeling I have. I know objectively I'm probably not correct. Objectively I'm probably wrong. But everybody I've talked to, it's a situation of just like, yeah, I never really do that. Guru, welcome in. Pan's question of the day answer: we need more short games with high replay value instead of games that annoy players with hundreds of stupid quests just to artificially extend playing the game. Am I good now? We're getting to that. We are getting to that. So I agree in a sense. Pen, I actually think we've got plenty of short games in the industry right now. Ironic, yeah, exactly. I actually think we have plenty of short games. They're all indie developed. And most people don't touch them. Like, oh dear, Guru, I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm sorry, oh man. I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend. Could we please get some supportive emotes in the chat for Guru? Just, you know, I'm sure... I can only imagine precisely your feeling. I've been through similar things in my life, but I can't understand how you yourself feel. Just know that the community's heart goes out to you. And if you need anything, feel free to shoot me a DM. I know that, you know, I might say that enough that people think it's Whistling Dixie, but truly, I'm here for this community. If you genuinely need someone to talk to and you don't have anyone to talk to, please reach out to me. Nobody should be alone during hard times. Yeah. So, I don't want you to take me moving on with the chat and everything as a sign of disrespect. Obviously, the stream will continue, but just know that I do feel for you, my friend. Thank you for sharing that, by the way. That was not an easy thing in all likelihood, so thank you for that. Okay, so a lot of people have asked how I'm doing, and now that we've rolled through some question of the day, I will get to dragons. I saw dragons. But I had to skip the stream on Monday. And some people have asked how I'm feeling. And no, and that's all good, Guru. I just definitely, you know, I want you to know that there's utmost respect in me for that. Okay, so I've started a treatment for some fatigue/gut health issues that I've been suffering with for 3 years. To say that my issues were debilitating is kind of an understatement. I was living through most days with some degree of nausea, which obviously, you know, makes work, especially in a physical job like mine in the trades, quite difficult. So, I finally started working with some physicians that finally took me seriously, because I was with a physician for a long time that didn't. And I don't want to say I was mistreated, but they were not the doctor to treat what I was going through. I'll say that much. And it ended up being a very frustrating relationship for both of us. I was frustrated because my issues weren't going away, and he was frustrated because I kept complaining my issues weren't going away. So that's, you know, that relationship ended, and I started working with some other physicians who perhaps are a little more specialized to what I was going through. And I've started a series of treatments, and the first day of that treatment was on Monday. It was not a fun time. Every symptom that I've experienced to this point in my 3-year struggle came up in a single evening at kind of peak intensity, I would say. So what I'm being treated for is basically, I don't want to be TMI, but you guys are probably going to end up asking anyways, so I'm just going to say it. it's essentially, we're working under the assumption that I have some sort of bacterial overgrowth in my system. All the symptoms point to that, and they think that this treatment will help. I'm feeling much better. This is day 3 of the treatment, and I'm now up to the full dose of my medications, and I feel so good. I'm sleeping better. I'm actually able to exercise somewhat. I feel sharper. Yeah, Dev, basically. That's essentially where they're giving me some really nasty meds that are killing everything off, and then we're going to rebuild from there. Darth Beauty, thank you so much. Yeah, so sorry for the TMI, but that is essentially Melly is like, cheese, pizza. Maybe. That's the best that is my best case scenario. Because I haven't had it in my diet for so long, there is a chance that I just can't make the enzymes anymore. So, cheese and death for everyone. So yeah, that's essentially where I'm at with all of that, and my hope is that the feeling of well-being holds, and that I'm not going to continue feeling crappy, or I'm not going to revert afterwards. Do you think this was because your immune system went down the drain before these problems started? It could be. I honestly, Razman, at this point, everything is conjecture. We're kind of just, we're just working off assumptions, really. We have some tests to educate our opinion, but ultimately, it's kind of like, it's still kind of a shot in the dark without like really expensive tests. You know, unless I'm going for like CTs and MRIs and stuff like that, which is very difficult to get in Canada, by the way. It's not like the States where you essentially just shell out a bunch of money and they get you in right away. In Canada, if you want a CT scan, if you want an MRI, first of all, you have to have a very good reason. And secondly, even with the very good reason, you're going to be on a waiting list. So we've done all the tests that we can easily, and we're moving forward. And it seems that, as of right now, we're correct. It seems like we're in a good place. Because I'm very interested due to similar problems. Razman, I'll let you know. As of right now, it's a combination of actual, like, pharmaceuticals and homeopathic medication. I do have a naturopath. I don't just use kind of conventional medicine. I do believe in a holistic model to healing that involves all aspects. You know, it's not like I'm getting into Eastern medicine where, you know, I'm taking ground up tiger bones to feel better. You know, obviously it's just plants essentially. But yeah, we're using a holistic approach. We're attacking it from all sorts of different angles, and yeah, I drink the tears of my enemy. That's very wholesome, Necro. Very wholesome. Now, I did miss some question of the day answers, and by the way, if anyone is new in chat, question of the day at the top. So Melly's answer for the question of the day is subscription models such as Game Pass cannibalize sales and revenue, and will be the downfall of AAA studios. Ooh. Oh shit, Melly. Melly just took the mic and dropped it. Holy crap. We have to get back to that. Chat, I want people's thoughts on Melly's hot take. I want thoughts on that, because Melly actually sees the back end. She sees the money. So, if she says that, that makes me think some things. My hot take for the Elder Scrolls, half of the dungeons could have been cut out of Oblivion, and nobody ever would have noticed, because half the dungeons are nothing but a waste of time. The only incentive is roleplay aspects, as there's even less, if not no looting to be had. It's slightly nitpicky, but I wish the remaster fixed this issue. Dungeons couldn't be worse in Oblivion. That is a hot take and a half, good lord. Good lord. Oh, everybody's agreeing with Melly right now. Chefsher, welcome in. By the way, I saw on your channel that you'd prefer to be called Bones or Chess, so are you okay with being called Cheshire? Or would you rather I start calling you Chess? Because I'm down to call you Chess. Okay, so what do I think about the statement? Oh dear. Obviously, like, you're being treated for it, right? So. Yes, of course, I like all names. Cheshire's perfectly fine. Okay, because I do like the name. You have a great name, by the way. Just to give some inside insight, when our games go on Game Pass, we only get a percentage of whatever they attribute to the title. Okay, so I do not know enough about the money to really comment on this in an accurate way. Did I change my... I did, slightly. So, Shortbolt, when was the last time you were here? I don't actually remember the last stream you actually attended. I've been streaming a lot, so. But yes. New wall is up. We've just taped and mudded, so that's where you're seeing all, this is tape and mud. That is the color. It's probably 3 weeks ago. Okay, so no, this would have been up. So changes to the room will be, we now have Squishy's pin. So Squish's pin is right here, because she was good enough to send me a pin. So I put that up. Necro stickers are over on my speaker right here that, you know, don't show up in frame, but they are sitting right beside me, cheering me on as I stream. And then we just did all this. So I now have game art for all 5 of the mainline Elder Scrolls games. So we've got Arena sitting over top of Daggerfall. Actually, here, I'll show you. So we have Arena. And then we've got Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and now we've got Skyrim. Skyrim wasn't the actual game art, but it's what they had, so I said, okay, give it to me, I'll take it. And then, of course, we have the maps. We have Vardenfell and Mournhold, and we have Skyrim. Eventually, I do plan on getting Cyrodiil. I actually don't think that I have the map, so I'd have to get it. I'd have to get a copy of the game that actually had it. Can we zoom in on the scantily clad women? You get no zoom, mainly because my camera sucks and we can't do it. So you get no zoom. Copy of which game? So these are all the mainline Elder Scrolls. So Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim. And then these are the maps from Morrowind and Skyrim, respectively. The map of Cyrodiil from yes, yeah. I'm not sure if, because, like, my ultimate hope was to put up a bunch of shelves here. So actually have shelving with, like, more of, like, this, like, more models and stuff. But I ended up doing, there's my guitar amp right there. But right now I put the maps up and I actually quite like it. Ooh, man. Well, brings excitement to your life is an understatement. Yeah, as I said, I'm definitely glad that it's been treated and you're maybe not gotta go have class and work on the voice stuff. Enjoy the live. Cheshire, thank you so much for tuning in. Very much appreciate it. And if you're ever interested, feel free to drop me a whisper to chat about VA or anything like that. Obviously, you're far more successful at it than I am. But yeah, I'd be interested in having a chat because I'm looking to get into the space, and having insight from someone is very important. Can't exactly, yeah, you can't. Yeah, so I didn't change anything. I didn't deliberately take Arena out of the frame, but... Razman replying to Melly, I find that many subscription model games should stop doing static subscriptions and go active, as in pay now, use it later. Interactive media requires your time and your interaction. Services like Netflix can be consumed with very little interaction and can be consumed whenever, wherever. Todd already made Elder Scrolls 6, it's called Starfield. Oh! No, don't say that. Oh, it makes me sad. Ugh. So, Razman, to take your meeting, what you're saying is that if I'm not using my subscription, it should just go away? You mean Starfail? Oh, man. Yeah, that's one way to get chat lit up. Might be troublesome to fit Elder Scrolls 6 whenever it drops. We have room. We do. Oh. We have room. It's right there. Right here. Near the floor where it belongs. Until it earns my trust. Let me just scroll back. So Cheshire did have a question of the day response. I am sick of excessive farming in games. Always farming and crafting. Good lord, that and subscriptions. I agree. That is why I don't like the new Legend of Zelda games. I do not like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom for that exact reason. I do not like how crafty and kind of weapon breaky it got. It was very annoying. I didn't like it. Not my Zelda. They're fine games. Just not for me. Just not for me. I did miss this from Melly, so I'm just gonna read that. Also, if they do Game Pass day one, an Xbox exclusive, there's almost no incentive to buy. So, okay. Speaking of voice stuff, I did, yes. Yes. So, Melly, for those of you who don't know, and Melly, hopefully you're okay. Actually, I'll ask first. Are you okay with me talking about it? If you're okay with me talking about it, I will talk about it. Go for it? Okay, so Melly works for ZeniMax Studios, which is very, very cool. Very, very cool. And she is always sending me really, really neat stuff. And she sends me a little video of Wes Johnson, who she had the pleasure of meeting. She met Wes Johnson. So, yeah, she sent me a little video of him doing some Hermamora. Oh, that's cool. Man, that's cool. I'm just looking at the messages again. Yeah, absolutely goated. Totally not fangirling about Wes Johnson. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh man, yeah. He did a little presentation for our finance department quarterly meeting. Oh, yeah, Melly's got the coolest job. She wins. She wins the competition. She beats us all. You can short if you want books? Okay. Let me... Well, I don't have desktop audio. Let's, One sec. I might have to change some settings. Okay, so... Let's just open up the disco party. Here, one sec. They found that little statue to give him, and I think, yeah. Okay, so we've got the capture. Let me just make sure I can get the audio. That's output. That should be okay. All right. That should be working. Okay, perfect. There we go. So let me just make this full screen. Let me just scroll back here. Want to show it properly. Full screen, as God intended.
I am Hermaeus Mora, and this is knowledge.
So bloody cool! Oh my god! Man, I would have been quaking in my nerd boots. That is absolutely goated. Absolutely goated. Also, I didn't know, but apparently he's the voice of Caps. I've never been to a Caps game. Oh man, okay, so Poutine. Oh, I've talked this into the ground, I feel like. So, Poutine's question, for those of you not reading chat, lurking, using audio only, whatever, was, do I have any confidence in the Elder Scrolls 6? And what I will say, one moment. Okay. Sorry, was just changing some settings. So, Poutine's question, do you have any confidence in the Elder Scrolls 6? Yes and no. Yes and no. So, let me go over the things that give me confidence in the future for the Elder Scrolls and the Elder Scrolls 6. The Oblivion remaster. Very, very well done. Incredibly well done. Believe it or not, to an extent, Starfield. Some of the assets in Starfield, I feel, actually show promise. I'm hoping that Bethesda learns their lessons from the failings of Starfield, and they end up retuning the Elder Scrolls 6, using the engine that was used for Starfield to make it a better game. What gives me no confidence in the Elder Scrolls 6? What removes that confidence, I guess you could say? A lot of the side games, like Blades, that is very much... When Blades came out, which, for those of you who don't know, that was that, like, you could play it on your phone kind of thing. It was like a kind of an old school dungeon crawler to an extent, where you had to use directional kind of inputs, and your fighting was very clunky, and it was very pay to win as well. There was lots of like loot and stuff like that. Was Blades the card game? Was Blades the card game, or... I don't think it was. Legends is the card game. Blades is Yeah, Blades is what I think it is, and Legends is the card game. Yeah. But when Blades came out, I really I really started to worry about the Elder Scrolls, because the main mechanic of Blades is, hey, this is a phone game, pay us money. The fact that that was one of the emphasis points of the game, oh, that was really, really worrisome. And it made me really worry about Bethesda's intentions. Another, and this is kind of ironic since I just said Starfield gave me the confidence in the future of the Elder Scrolls, because there are aspects of Starfield that I think, if applied correctly, can be really, really good. But at the same time, Starfield is also the paragon of my distrust. It's kind of a double-edged sword almost, which is kind of fitting because Starfield was really a nothing sandwich of a game. Not good, not bad, just there. And I think that for that reason, you know, I'm kind of to the point now where I would say that I'm ambivalent. I'm ambivalent when it comes to Elder Scrolls 6. I hope that it is good, but I expect to be disappointed. And frankly, every new game, that's kind of how I'm feeling. Personally, I don't. I was let down with, Skyrim even. Ooh, okay. Personally, I don't. I was let down with Skyrim. I may have had quite a lot of hours in it. It was a fine game, but looking back on it, I have so many problems with it. I could go on for ages about it. I can't speak for their Fallout games as I haven't played them, but I know 76 was kind of a shit show. Same with Starfield. I think one of the main problems that Bethesda suffers from is the fact that they, well, first of all, this is another thing we've talked about. Todd Howard talks too much. Todd Howard talks too much. And he creates these expectations for these games that, frankly speaking, can't really get met in a meaningful way. Some of the stuff he talks about definitely gets realized. Definitely does. But at the same time, you very much end up in a situation where it's because you got promised the world, I got promised the moon, so why am I not getting the moon, Todd? That's kind of the feeling that a lot of Elder Scrolls players have. Yays, welcome in. Jerkops, welcome in as well. We were just discussing our hopes and dreams for the Elder Scrolls 6, and Poutine made a really, really good point when it comes to 6, which is Skyrim is kind of a trendsetter, I would say. So, just to summarize for Poutine, because Skyrim left the RPG mechanics that were kind of slightly there in Oblivion and definitely there in Morrowind in the dust, and took on an entirely new leveling system to try and bring in a fan base that was kind of more widespread than just your regular Elder Scrolls fans, the game got watered down to the extent that it's not really a role-playing game anymore. It's an action-adventure game that has some RP in it. I think that's the best way to talk about Skyrim. It is an action-adventure game with a bit of role-play sprinkled in. So, yeah. All that to say, I'm quietly optimistic. I am hopeful of a good game, and I'm expecting to be disappointed. Which is how I am with every AAA release, period, end of story. I always expect to be disappointed, but I am hopeful for a good game. And sometimes they deliver. Sometimes I get it. If anything, I hope they learned a lot of lessons from Starfield. That was kind of what I was talking about too, Yays. Starfield is kind of a double-edged sword for me there, because there's a lot of stuff in Starfield that, if retooled, could be excellent, could be really, really good. But then there's some stuff in Starfield that's kind of eh. And I think the problem with Starfield was how it was applied, honestly, and the fact that Todd Howard just went me about the game, and everybody expected just insanely wonderfulness, and they didn't get it. I expect that Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be really appeal to people who adore Skyrim, but probably not so much for fans of the older games who prefer the heavier RPG focus. Okay. Melly was just talking about sales of games. What we as role-playing game fans need to realize is this. We are about this much of the gaming industry. If this is the gaming industry, role-playing games, MMOs, whatever, is this. We are a fraction of the money that is made within the gaming industry. Really, like, it's not even close. I think, who was it? I believe it was Josh Strife. I will give credit where credit is due. I believe it was Josh Strife who said on the Trash Taste podcast that FIFA, in its opening weekend, makes more than all of the MMOs in the world combined. Just to put that into perspective, if you're asking, you know, why don't they give us what we want? Don't they like our money? Oh, they like money. They just don't need you. Game developers do not need the RPG category to make their money. They have a studio that puts out NHL, FIFA, NFL, Madden, any of those games, and they can subsist off of that money. They give us role-playing games because, yeah, it makes some money. It does. But because really, what game developers want to make is that. A lot of game devs want to make the RPG, but they are forced to make the moneymaker, which is the sports game, the racing game, that sort of thing. Games that appeal to the widest possible audience. You want Elder Scrolls 6 Horror? $70? $70 is cheap. I feel like that'll be a part of the season pass, which will be $200. Well, and this is the other thing. If we're talking about sports gaming fans, those people are already used to paying pay-per-view. These people are already used to subscription-based models of viewership. So when you ask a sports game player to subscribe to a model like a season pass, they're gonna do it without a second thought because that's what they already do for their fantasy football and everything else. It's no problem for those people, so it's also just an easier sell to the customer. Why do games have to be so expensive now? They're more expensive. Like, end of story. Games are more complicated to make than ever. If you like your... Okay. Clair Obscur. Fantastic game. Fantastic game. Wonderfully done. That was motion capture. The majority of that game was mocap. You had to pay your motion capture models, you had to pay your voice actors, you had to pay your programmers, you had to pay your artists, you had to pay your writers. Who did you have to pay in Legend of Zelda? You had to pay the writer, the CG people, and the art direction, essentially. Much simpler. Making games no matter what is an art form, but only a few games are lightning in a bottle. Yeah, absolutely. There's a reason
book
EA
got
is still
rumbled.
one of the biggest.
And I say you better buy a goddamn book right away. damn
Font
it.
Crimes, thank you so much for the subby, my friend. Twitch is not showing me your sub, and oh, there it is. It just
Is
took
this how
5
you
seconds.
honor the sixth house and the tribe unmourned?
Owned was on it. Twitch was not. I remember when Shovel Knight devs released some kind of post-release making of breakdown on their budget, and even as a small studio, their staff salaries ate up a lot. Well, but that's my point, Necro, right? That's my point. Much, much simpler. I've been gravitating more and more towards indie games over the last 15 years. Same. I think the industry has shown that there's a lot of room for labors of loves to do very well. Silksong. Need I say more? Silksong. Now, I will say one thing with Silksong. I think I was pleasantly surprised. When it comes to Silksong, I was expecting Microsoft to really screw the pooch there. I was expecting Microsoft to mess it up. But from everything that I've seen, the developers managed to stay true to the DNA of Hollow Knight and really came out with a game that speaks to why people love Hollow Knight. And I think that there are 3 games that I will say have changed the landscape in recent years. The first is Baldur's Gate 3. Larian Studios showed the world that all of the lines that we have been fed about how hard RPGs are to make and that we can't get the RPGs that we want because, insert excuse here, were false. Baldur's Gate 3. Number 2. For the JRPG genre, Expedition 33. Clair Obscur showed the world that Square Enix is no longer top dog. And they shouldn't be top dog because they've been asleep at the wheel for far too long. So Clair Obscur has shown people that you can have a good turn-based game. Baldur's Gate 3 is not the newest of that. Larian has been making Divinity, and Divinity Original Sin 2 was great. Baldur's Gate 3 has a similar game style. True. Absolutely true. But Divinity did not reach the heights of Baldur's Gate 3. Right? It was not public knowledge that Larian was changing the game until Baldur's Gate 3 published. And that's just the way it is. Divinity those are amazing games. Very, very good games. And they trendset in their own way. But Baldur's Gate 3 reached the masses. It reached the casual gamers. And I would say the number 3 on my list. So just to recap, we have Baldur's Gate 3 showing people that the BioWare model of game is no longer dead. Because BioWare was not making good games. So Larian Studios stepped in and showed that a character-driven RPG is possible, and it can be good. And it can also do everything that we want it to do without requiring all of these monetization practices. Clair Obscur, everything that I said about Baldur's Gate 3, but for the JRPG genre. It showed that Square Enix has been screwing the pooch. They are no longer top dog. And number 3, I would say, is Silksong. Silksong showed that you can have an indie developer buy into the mainstream vis-a-vis Microsoft and still be able to push out a game that is true to essence. A game that is unmolested by the presence of a publisher like Microsoft. Because let's be fair, Microsoft has messed up a bunch of studios, especially in recent years. What does Silksong have to do with Microsoft? It's just become a part of the Game Pass ecosystem. Microsoft is kind of expanding its Game Pass ecosystem to a bunch of different names, and my worry was that Silksong being included in that ecosystem was really gonna mess stuff up. And Microsoft, because they own the means of production, as it were, was going to intercede in the process for Silksong. Microsoft realized that the console wars are over and they have to expand or die. Yeah, absolutely. That is totally true. And what Baldur's Gate 3 is really great at, I would imagine, with all the people who ventured into Baldur's Gate 3, who maybe weren't already into RPG games, they might just explore around and a bit and play other RPGs once they're done playing Baldur's Gate 3. Well, Skyrim was kind of the same, right? Although Skyrim, like, people have their problems with Skyrim, Skyrim was kind of an equalizer. It showed the casual gamer into, and I know that the RPG mechanics in Skyrim were lighter, but it's definitely shown the consumer into the RPG space. That is definitely what I experienced at the school I went to when Skyrim came out when I was a teenager. Wayward Realms is going to be really interesting when it comes out. I wonder how much it will blow up. That remains to be seen. Dev's hot take is that we shouldn't need to worry ourselves too much about what-ifs of the vaporware concept of Elder Scrolls 6 when Wayward Realms' early access launch is already on the horizon. That is a fair point. That is a fair point. Razman's question of the day answer: less is more. So many games are made to be as busy as possible. I found myself leaving before starting with quite a large number of games that are clearly trying to hook me in with a lot of repeatable daily, weekly, and monthly tasks. I also find that an overly ornate character design can get visually tiring. If you want to do ornate designs, use that skill for level design. The only thing they messed up is localization of the I missed something there. Blood Bowl was fun to watch, but unless you're into 40k and... Yeah, okay, yeah. Hope you're feeling... Oh, sorry, Font, I missed your message. Yes, feeling loads better. Yeah, feel like my... okay, so Wayward Realms is a project that Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay of Daggerfall and Arena fame, they left Bethesda, basically. They were the head guys at Bethesda, basically. They essentially conceptualized the Elder Scrolls as the base lore of Elder Scrolls. That is Ted Peterson and Julian LaFay. They left, and they started working on the Wayward Realms, which is basically Daggerfall is having a baby, is the best way I can put it. Sir Books, I must say goodnight, and I hope everyone has a good rest of the day. Short Bowl, thank you so much for tuning in. It was lovely to have you in the chat again, my friend. I hope you are well, and we will see you on the next one. So yeah, Wayward Realms is essentially a procedurally generated world that is self-driven. You are the progenitor of everything that happens in the game world. There's no curated shtiff. There's a story that is gonna kind of drive, but you are essentially the driving force in the game, and it's a procedurally generated world. Oh god. Oh man, that was a long name, my friend. The Real Madness 2000. Some caps would have been nice to kind of... It's like reading hashtags. I'm gonna call you Madness. Madness, welcome to the game library. I hope that you have been enjoying your stay in the lurky space. Welcome in. Question of the day at the top of chat if you are so inclined. Books can't read. Look, man, it's a sad time for me when I can't read. My name is Books, damn it. And I can't read. Everyone here, if you did not hear this today, you are enough and deserve love and the very best in life. Thank you very much for that, Madness. Thank you very, very much. A member of chat had some very sorrowful news, and I think that is some energy that has some utility. I kind of don't like how the... Okay, now, I should get into some games because, frankly speaking, I haven't done F-all and Daggerfall in like 3 streams. I've been trying to level up for like 3 streams, damn it. So let's get into the game right after these ads that are coming up. So my last thing before ads, the last thing I would like to say before ads, the next showcase poll is up now. So, if you have not already and you would like to have a voice in the next showcase stream, so the showcase stream is a 4th stream of the week, it's on a Sunday, it is an 8-hour stream, and it is a voted on game. So, I put our entire games list into an RNG generator, it spat out 4 games, those games are now being voted on by the community right now. I gotta read Scoundrels by Timothy Zahn. Right, I'm writing that down. We do like some Timothy Zahn. I try to spread the love everywhere I go because I'm currently fighting depression, so I know how hard it is to feel good enough and worthy of love, so I like to remind people that they are. That's really important. Sorry I paused there, but I'm a very thoughtful speaker. I used to struggle with filler words a lot, saying and ah, and that sort of thing, and...
A new hand touches the beacon.
Thank you very much for the follow. And a lot of my mentors and content that I've consumed says to embrace the pause, to make sure that you are taking your time with your words. And I just want to say that I'm sorry for your fight. I do not wish that on anyone. I too have fought that particular demon in my life, and I would like you to know that anybody who comes into the game library is immediately embraced as a member of my community. So if you need anything at all, obviously, if you're in crisis, that's not for chat. But if you're having a bad day and you just need some kind words, or if you need just a place to land, just need a place to be for a little while, welcome in, and hope you enjoy your stay.
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a
Yes.
goddamn book.
Thank you
Right
very,
away,
very
damn it.
much for the resub. Oh, wait. Was that... Okay, cool. I was like, is that a resub or... No, it was a prime sub to tier 1. The notifications are being weird today. Not on your side. Your side's fine. But my side is the...
I'm Booga Grabol, and I say you better buy a goddamn
Oh, yes,
book.
that is very,
Right
very
away,
generous.
damn it.
That is very generous. Madness, please say thank you to Yays. It is,
I have my principles.
it's
listen.
never
You
required
think
to
you can
give.
buy me with promises of
but
power and glory?
It
you
is,
really think, okay, I'll do it.
It's a very, very nice thing to do. So thank you. Okay, so ads are starting in T-minus 1 minute. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start a BRB a little bit early, and then we are gonna get in some Daggerfall. And I am actually going to level up this stream. I feel like this is the one. This is the one for me. Okay, we'll see you guys after ads. Then I guess I'm just unlucky because I always get ads. Although I have recently turbocharged myself, so I'm okay. Alright. Welcome back from ads, everybody. I have a visitor for you all. Groß der Tun. Hey? Hey? Oh, I know you don't like being picked up, but you do like being on my lap. And chat can't see you on my lap while I game. Quinn will often just be right on my lap, warming my lap as I play. So she says hi. Now let's get into some Daggerfall. Hey, do you want down? Do you finally want down? Okay, hey. Do not give me attitude, please. Hey. Nope. I need manners. I need manners, please. Don't you be giving me no growlies. No growlies. You asked to be off, and I'm taking you off. Why do you fight me like this? These are mixed messages, my lady. Mixed messages indeed. Okay, would you like to take yourself off? There you go. Can you do a spin? Say hi to chat. Say hi to chat. Bark. Come on. There you go. Alright. Quinn is the absolute sassiest dog I've ever had in my life. But I do love her. She is a wonderful, wonderful dog. She's the most loyal creature I've ever had in my life. Toby is really, really good, but he is definitely Mrs. Book's dog. He is not my doggo. Did you happen to know you can't tweak the appearance for... oh, you can tweak the appearance. Clicking them with use functions. Ooh. I'm gonna take a look at that. Oh no. What was that? Why? What happened? What happened? Clothing. Clothes, not art. Well, I do have clothes. Ah, there we go. That is odd that it casts spells. Also, Mrs. Books made me shepherd's pie. So, I'm living it up like a Brit today. We have some shepherd's pie going on. Notably cloaks. Alright. Okay. So, let's take a look at our spells here. You need a recipe? Okay. So, in the Discord, Mrs. Books is on the Discord. Go to Just Foodie Thanks and at Mrs. Books and ask her for a recipe. She will be more than happy to furnish you with one. Shepherd's pie is your favorite dinner dish? She knocked this out of the park. It's very good. Oh, I wish I could still have Eggs Benedict. You and I are the same with the Eggs Benedict, Dev. Eggs Benedict is a favorite of mine, but I can no longer have it because dairy. There are dairy-free alternatives, but they don't hit the same. Alright, now... Do I have cheese? No, I don't have cheese anymore. Why don't I have cheese? And if anyone is wondering, cheese is a spell that I made specifically to level up. And I do not see it here. I'm going to assume that I don't have the spell right now. Oh, you should. It's called Just Foodie Thangs. So it starts with a J. Just Foodie Thangs. Does cheese open doors yet? Not yet. Not yet. Soon. Maybe. Okay, so let's do a fortify attribute. We're gonna fortify intelligence. Okay. I think that should work. And then we're going to fortify... We're going to fortify willpower. Smarticle. Higher quality shop equals better items, but worse prices and vice versa. Negative, I cannot see. Can deal with that after, though. Okay, yeah, Necro, yeah, send me a DM, just so I remember. You should 100... You're a mod, for God's sake. You should be able to see that. It's under General. It should be under General. There we are. Okay. Now, fortifying an attribute. Where did I put it? Where's my spell paperwork? There it is. Alright, at Dev's behest, I have printed a document that tells me what certain spells do. So, the fortification of a spell appears to be... I don't see... Actually, don't see what class it falls under. Fortitude, nimbleness... I would assume not alter... Yeah, maybe alteration. It could be alteration. Could also be restoration. Because fortitude and spell absorption are under restoration. So I'm thinking restoration, personally. Okay. Now, what is 8? Okay, Smarticle. I guess we'll make that a book. Do that as 7. Don't have enough. Alright. Oh, there we are. Okay, let's go for a rest. Because restoration is one of our main skills here. So restoration is one of our primary skills, so let's work to level that up, because I feel like that's going to give us the fastest level up. Because I don't really care about my stats necessarily, I want to up my progress here. Yam bams and cranberry. I do have it set up where all the channels show to everyone when they join the Discord, so it should... I'm just thinking about it kind of in the background of my mind here. It should show... Okay, we gotta do some resting. Okay, now we're going to rest for 24 hours. Going to rest for a whole day. I'm gonna have some more shepherd's pie. Now, I want to see... I'm just going to spam healing. I'll spam healing. I'll see how that goes. So we were at... We were at 30... Okay, so that didn't move the needle, like, at all. Interesting. That is very interesting, okay. So unless I actually heal myself, that might be... Maybe that's what it is. By the way, for those of you who expect me to know what I'm doing in Daggerfall... And now we're going to rest for 24 hours. I don't know what I'm doing in Daggerfall. This is my first playthrough. I don't have it shown as a first playthrough, but this is my first time playing this game. Okay, now let's see if I can... That doesn't... That's why you got basement dwellers like us, Martin. We all do this. We do all this shit for you. Now, why won't this spell cast? I'm pretty sure I have it set up to be on myself. Now I've got to look. Were you using tedious travel, by the way, or is it all instant? I've got, I forget the name of the mod. I just recently installed it the last playthrough. And, yes, it changed the travel. So I actually have roadways now.
The shiny thing.
Chubby, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Okay, I am trying not to suck at this game. I am not doing a good job. Okay. You're sleepy. Well, go to sleep then. Get some sleep. Sleepiness is no fun. Okay, that is on self. I'm not mad that you're here, by the way. If you're sleepy, you should sleep. Gotta make sure you get your 8 hours, guys. That's super, super important. By touch, caster only. Okay, area around caster. Okay, so I definitely had it as caster only. So, maybe I don't have enough magicka? Maybe I don't have enough magicka. Alright. Sleep was created by the government to make big sleep look bad. Stay up! It's all a conspiracy by Big Sleep! The Sandman is coming for us all! Alright, where to go from here? So, my primary skills that are going to get me leveled up are Restoration and Mysticism. So... Okay, so we have some lock spells that we could use. Okay. And it looks like restoration doesn't go up unless I'm actually, like, hurt. I suppose I could make a heal spell that casts, like, onto somebody. I could try to do that. Could you do a self-damage spell that also heals you? Ooh. That's crazy. But it might just work. Okay, damage. Health. I don't think you can. So yeah, a damaging spell cannot be cast on myself. It could be cast in an area around me. Okay, so I could have like an aura of damage. Interesting. Magic spells do train on cast regardless of effect or success. Okay. So I just need to cast heal a ridiculous amount to move the needle then. Yes, but the problem is I'm a high elf, so I'm immune to that kind of damage right now. I'm actually using a pretty scabby strategy right now, which is I cast Fireball, and that actually replenishes my magicka. Because it's area damage, and I'm immune to the area damage. Okay, so we're just gonna move forward like this then. What if it was frost? Could arguably... Do I have frost? I have ice storm. Frostbite. One sec. I do not want to cast that inside. No. No way. Do not do that, sir. Okay, let's travel outside of Daggerfall just so I don't hurt someone inadvertently. Don't want to accidentally kill one of the pedestrians and get in trouble with the heat. The hot fuzz. But I take your point. Let's give this a shot. Because I could cast that and then heal myself. That could give me some levels. I'd get some destruction. I would get a little bit of heal, restoration. All good, dragon. All good. Could work debatably. We'll have to see. Off to the hills! This, by the way, we also have another mod that just, oh, man. It just takes the world of Daggerfall and dials it up to, like, 1 billion. It's absolutely gorgeous. Ah. More random encounters. Well, hello. Let's try... Where's Ice Storm? Where is it? Give it to me. Shit. I'll take that. More random encounters for me. A loot pile, don't mind if I do. Ooh, elven greaves. I don't think I can wear them. I don't think I can wear them. And they're not showing up. Ah, there they are. Weapons and armor. Elven greaves. Info. 11 armor rating. Okay, so that does categorize as heavy armor. Alright. What do you got? Got a bit of gold. Delicious. Were they even hostile before you started blasting? No, they shot at me. I swear they shot at me. I think. Possibly, maybe. So this is what I don't understand about this, right? So I see my level. I see how much I have here. Ooh, that looked very loud. Pardon me, chat. I didn't realize. Someone should have told me how loud the game was when I used my fireball. So, am I just firing too fast? What? I can't hear. You can totally hear me. I don't have the spell points anymore. Okay, so the one thing that I'm not understanding is signing your cast, sure, but yeah, like my level of recharge looks to be stupendous, but then I could keep casting, Poutine. I could have kept casting. But what I'm expecting, or rather what I was hoping for, was to see my actual mana increase, not just subsist. That's more or less what I was expecting. And Smarticle doesn't work, so we can't fortify Magicka. Or sorry, we can't fortify willpower and intelligence on ourselves. Here, let's get to the inn, because we still have a rest period that we can use. Let's do... Pardon me, let's do until fully healed. Appears to be nighttime now. Yeah, definitely nighttime. Which means I want to rest for 12 hours, I guess. I wake up! There. Okay, now... I guess, well... Okay. So you guys have given me a little bit of advice on how to progress in the game. Now, your advice was to pick a spell with multiple purposes, like basically multiple schools, and to train myself up that way. Now, I attempted to do that with my Fortify attribute spell, simply to keep it where... Essentially, what I want is for me to not run out of mana so fast. That's really the main thing. But that spell, for whatever reason, is not working right now, so let's make a spell that does... I want to train Restoration and Mysticism, in particular. So Mysticism spells are Banish Daedra, Silence, Fenric's Door Jam, Holy Touch, Holy Word, Null Magica, Open, Recall, Silence, Soul Trap, Tongues, and Wizard Lock. So we could do something that is Tongues and Charisma. I think I did, Dev. So, here, I think what I would like to do... So we got Comprehend Languages, which is Tongues. Okay. Hey, Anarchy, welcome in, my friend. Hope you're well today. Question of the day is at the top of chat, if you are so inclined as to answer, but otherwise, I hope you're well. And I have shepherd's pie. Too much shepherd's pie. So would Charm be Charisma? So we'll do basic power on all of these. Is it true shepherd's pie? So this is not, I would say. So this was essentially made, it wasn't made in Corningware. It wasn't like layered, but this was essentially, we did the mash and then we created the topping. We didn't have time for a true shepherd's pie today, so we did this as kind of a cop-out that tastes close enough that it was... That'd be good.
I say you better buy a goddamn book, and right away, damn it.
Sorry, I cannot... Couracious, thank you so much for the subby. For some reason, my activity feed is not showing me in good time when you guys sub. It catches up eventually. But for some reason my notifications are a little bit faster right now. But thank you for the sub, my friend. I do very much appreciate it. Oh, you're just meaning lamb. Bob reminded me to use my Prime. Forgot about it. Can't let it go to waste. Well, thank you for using it here. Thank you very much for using it here. No, we did beef. We did beef. I know. Get out your pitchforks and torches. Books is having a non-legit shepherd's pie. We must destroy him. Comprehend languages. Pacify humanoid. Charm. Now, charm might be illusion. Nope. We are good. Because chameleon, invisibility, light, and shadow form are illusion. So charm must be charisma. Bringing sexy back. Shepherd pie is good grub indeed. I agree. I very much agree. Alright, chat, it's time to bring sexy back. Alright. create a new spell. Let's see. Now, I wonder if we could create a fireball spell that deals... Let's get inventive with our... Let's get inventive with our fireballs here. So... I don't know if it's a hot take, but some are saying that Hollow Knight 2, so Silksong's low price point is bad for the industry. It's only bad for AAA companies, because they've been ripping off the consumer with $70 price point for a barely finished game with barely any soul, while an indie game is selling like hotcakes for $20 and people are praising it. Quality is what we want, not to be ripped off. How do we feel about that? First of all, I don't know why Silksong is as cheap as it is. The fact that Silksong is selling for $20 US, 30 Canadian, is insane. Truly unprecedented, honestly. With how much I know that game costs to make, I don't know what back-end wizardry is occurring right now to make sure that all parties involved make their profits. I think part of it might be that there's a push from Microsoft to, I don't know, push Game Pass and use that as kind of a flagship to do so. They sold it cheap, knowing it would sell big, plus a cheap game like that will draw in more. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe because it's on Game Pass, maybe Microsoft was like, yeah, go ahead, charge $20. Because everybody's going to play it. And everybody's going to hopefully play it on Game Pass, which I don't know what the numbers bear out in terms of that, but that's, I don't know, that might be a possibility as to why it happened that way. Cheaper price point will drive more actual sales instead of opting for Game Pass. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because Game Pass would be superfluous. Like, the price wouldn't actually... Sorry, I misspoke there. Yeah, they're not correlated at all. Yeah, because Game Pass is essentially, I pay a service, I get a game. But the $20 price point, that favors Steam. And is it on GOG? I don't know if it's on GOG. But that would drive traffic to those places more. And arguably with the number of sales, the developer will make their cost back nice and easy. Didn't indie games used to be around that price like 10 years ago? I kind of consider Silksong to be an indie game, to be completely honest. I know it's bigger than that, ultimately, but I definitely feel there's like, well, Hollow Knight was indie. And I feel like it contains that indie game energy. Okay, now we need to think about this a lot more here. Right. So how do I do a fireball spell? Damage, health? No. Delete that. Continuous damage? Health? Wasn't Silksong made by 3P? I believe so. I believe it was the original dev team for Hollow Knight. It favors you to purchase the game versus just rent it for as long as possible. Step 1, boil gasoline. Step 2, fireball. Step 3, drink fireball. I mean, what? My first ever drink in my life was Sourpuss. It was terrible. Don't know why I did that. It's awful. Okay. I don't think you can actually make your own fireball spell. Interesting. What the fuck is... It's like a sour apple alcohol drink. It's kind of a Canadian thing. Yeah, it's a sour apple alcohol. Yes, please, Dev. Please, step in. Guide me from behind. Make sure I swing the golf club with precision, as opposed to just thrashing about as I have been. I should call her. Fuck. I think the price is fair. I think they could have gotten away with 40. Any more may have been lashback from the community. The team size is quite small, core team is 3 people, so the return on investment does not need to factor in such a large base. Whatever Xbox paid for it to be on Game Pass could also be a factor. This price point also deters many people from pirating it, especially since there's no protection against it really. That's true. Dizzy, welcome in! Ayo, just had a quick question for you on Discord. Ah, gotcha. So, for those of you who need an artist, Dizzy is, he's making some stuff for me. So, one moment, I need to answer a question for him. An odd question indeed. Damage health, then set element to what you like. Okay, so... damage, health. Then we set the... Alright, cool. So we'll do that. And then element. So to set the element, what do I do exactly? Spell absorption, water breathing, water walking, elemental resistance, climbing. I bet the studio stipulated the lower price point in order to include the game in Game Pass, because if they had to sell it much higher, I think it would have sold less. 5 buttons below the icon. Alright, icon. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So icon. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. I'm understanding. I understand. I'm understanding. Okay, so we have a fire-based spell. Not trying to steal stream, but designs as an amazing Australian artist who has been one of the easiest to work with for commissions. Would recommend. Thank you for coming. Yeah, no, absolutely, Necro. Oh, and another thing, make sure to pay your artists for their art. AI sucks, don't use it. Make sure to pay for your art. It keeps guys like Dizzy in work, in gainful employment, as they should be, because he's fantastic. And I can, again, if you're looking for some art, even, like, you don't have to be a streamer. You do not have to be a streamer. If you're just wanting something cool to have in your room, a print, or something like that, he's your man. Honestly, like, I've really struggled working with, I'm very particular. I'm actually a pain in the ass to work with. Because I want very specific things, and Dizzy is really good because he is also very particular. He actually hates me right now because the art style I told him to use is not his art style at all, and he's struggling. He is struggling, but he wants to do right by me, which is what matters. Okay, now let's add another effect to this. So we have damage, health, fire-based. Okay, so we have that all sorted. We are good to go. Now, I wonder if we add a... I want to be a complete shit right now. What if I make it so it heals me? What if... Oh my god. Oh no. The fire of life. The fire of life. And we could also get it to... Could also heal... Okay, Dev, or any other Daggerfall lovers in the chat, if you were to create a spell that restores your magicka more than just spell absorption, like an actual, like, mana potion, magicka potion, I'm sorry, Elder Scrolls, I'm looking for, like, a magicka potion effect. Yeah, so Baron, shoot me a DM, or Necro, actually, you could shoot him a DM as well. Inquire on Dizzy's Discord. There is no way. Damn. Damn. Alright. Let's do spell absorption then. You want to spend mana? Yeah, exactly. I want to make the effect that I'm spamming right now with my fireball spell even more broken. That's what I want to do. What I'm looking to do is to get the current effect of my fireball spell and just make it absolutely broken as hell. That's what I'm going for. Oh, and Anarchy. He does animation as well. So if you're also just looking for like assets or anything like that, he can do that too. Like, if I could cast a really broken spell and have no kind of adverse effect at all, like basically not even spending mana, arguably. Because the effect of my spell will counter it immediately. There's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to break the game. I mean, this is pretty broken though. Because we launch a fireball, and the fireball is gonna heal me. Or, wait. Would it heal the enemy? Oh, now I'm concerned. Now I'm thinking about it too much. Now I'm concerned. Okay, so, absorb is funny. It's all or nothing effect, and if your mana pool isn't empty enough to absorb the full damage amount, it fails, and you'll take all the damage anyway instead. Okay. Okay. So another question for you then. So if I link a healing effect to this spell to heal health. So if I do this, will the healing effect apply to me? Because this is by touch. So the inference, if I'm reading into it too much, is that I'm gonna cast a fireball at someone, and it's gonna heal them. That's what I feel like is gonna happen. Which is not what I want to happen. I want to hit someone with a fireball, and I want to be healed. And that way, I can train destruction I could train destruction and restoration at the same time, but if this is the case, then I don't think I can go with this. Spider, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing much better, if anyone is wanting to ask, if anyone was concerned on the Discord. I'm starting a treatment for some of my health ills. And day one was brutal. Day one was really bad, but I'm feeling much better now. Okay. Alright, well, I don't think there is much point in... Well, there might be, actually. We could do continuous damage to health. Yes, okay. Now, transfer may be more like what you have in mind, but that's of course a single effect. You've been going down rabbit holes. Good rabbit holes or bad rabbit holes? Okay, so let's just make this more destruction-y. Drain. Okay, don't want to do that, I guess. What else would we like to do? Yeah, we could do Mage Light. Ah, why not? Why not? Let's see if we can do this. Hopefully... Because I'm a fire in my laser. Alright. We have purchased the spell. Now let's see. Hello? I can do that. I most certainly can do that. That's an objective question. Bad in the general sense. Watership down. Sorry, what? Oh, Necro, she sent the recipe. She has sent the recipe. Okay, so yeah, definitely, if it's political, definitely not in chat. Definitely not in chat. I do appreciate you mentioning that. So let's do... What symbol do I want?
Fellas, smoke me a kippa. I'll be back for breakfast.
Brain rot! Welcome in. I love how it's always the right one for you. It's always the right one. Let's do... Screw it, let's do this. And we'll place that as number 9. Let's see if it'll cast. Okay, gotta get out of here. Get on the horse, yam sam, yam bam, St. Cranberry, my lord. Get on the horse. And then let's get out of here. I would no worries, but I found my way into other regions. Oh god. Yeah, Spider, why did you do that? Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you subject yourself to the level of idiocy present on those... Oh god. I'm imagining Necro with a cigarette, just first time. Oh, I know Reddit, so it was like, just killed me. Okay, we can cast this one. We can cast it, chat. Alright, let's see. But, less laughy, more explory. Come on, books. I'm trying to level up. We'll see how it goes. Just wanted to pop in and say hello before I shut my phone off for the night. Been a long day. Insured made me cry. Insured made you cry? But it's all good. I hope you're feeling better and have a wonderful stream. I'm feeling much better, Sydney. And thank you for the biddies. Thank you for dropping in. It's always lovely, lovely, lovely to have you. I hope everything is well. I hope the family is well. And hope you enjoy your lurk. We'll see you on the next one. Oh, I know you're kidding. I know you're kidding, Shuckle. One does not simply go to the Reddit once. Oh, customer at my job. Gotcha. Gotcha. Ads are in 5 minutes, guys. I know. It's your favorite thing in the world. The fuck? Alright. Let's give her. Let's do this! No! That was shitty. That worked like ass. Like that was legit. That was legitimately terrible. That was awful. I'm never using that spell again. What the hell? I thought that'd be like amazing. All right, fine.
Welcome, Moon and Star. Come to
Chat, you know what to do.
fire and war.
I'm gonna go out there and get revenge for us.
Come and look upon the heart.
Also, not
Lay down your weapon.
steering in the right direction while I try to simultaneously have some shepherd's pie.
Upon the heart.
Try.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Zarabar. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Alright, I needed that. Hyped me up after the gong show that just occurred. Now let's go get those bastards. There are lots of enemies there. Slay them all. Let's go get the gobbos. Is he still dead? Oh no, they're still dead. Damn it. Oh, right. I don't have any spell points. Okay, let's load my game. I'm going to rest until fully healed. And then we'll continue. This is an opportunity for more food. That is my excuse. Also, it's the little things. So, now that I'm on my treatment, okay. I don't want to give you guys, like, too much information, but it seems the cheese mage out-cheesed himself. I deserve that. I did deserve that. So, with the health issues that I've been suffering from, food really was not enjoyable. It was kind of a situation of, like, every day it was a spectrum of just feeling shitty, and pretty much no matter what I ate, it felt unpleasant. No matter what I ate, no matter what I drank, there was always a tinge of, shittiness, I guess. And now, I don't have that. I can just enjoy my food. And that has been kind of, honestly, it's been 3 years. It's been, like, it's kind of hard not to get emotional about it in a way, almost. It's weird to say, really weird to say, actually, but isn't that like a no, that was not, yeah, that was not what I have. You're entering Daggerfall. Question of the day: AAA big market games are gradually decreasing in story-driven quality, hence why I enjoy your channel. On the flip side, I think support of indie games is important for maintaining quality in the industry overall. Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree. So, I'm not going to say that AAA devs are incapable of making a good game. I think that statement is vacuous. But what I will say is that AAA studios have not been putting out the same quality of game of late. At least that is the perception, and it is a perception I share. Now, as you say, indie games are kind of the saving grace for this trend, because AAA is now having to contend with very high quality competition that is being produced at a price point that, frankly, they cannot compete with. And the nice thing about video games as a medium is that it's art, and art is subjective. So an indie game, even though it might be of lesser quality, doesn't matter. You still have a fighting chance to kick a AAA game in the teeth. And frankly, that has been happening. No time to ferment ideas into proper... Yeah. Well, No, I don't think that's quite true. I don't think that's quite true. For AAA, maybe. But for indie development, I would argue things are just ducky. Okay, what do I want to do here? Because I don't want to just sit at an inn. Oh, maybe I do that. Maybe that's what I do. Maybe I just sit at an inn, rest, and spam the heal spell. Then we'll just do a bunch of until fully healed. Even watching you play some of these games, like this one, really shows the dedication that was there. Daggerfall is well known for being one of the most massive CRPGs ever. Not only that, but Daggerfall was frankly, an expansion of a brand new universe that challenged the scope of Dungeons and Dragons. And, you know, I want to say prior to this, no one really dared to dream that they would be able to do that. That, like, honestly. And I think that that's one of the reasons the Elder Scrolls is... I think a good way to put it is that the Elder Scrolls is as loved as it is because it is one of the best alternatives in fantasy to your standard Dungeons and Dragons setup. Daggerfall was kind of ahead of its time. I remember it getting mixed reactions back then. It's aged well in that respect, retrospectively. Daggerfall Unity is the reason that it has. Welcome back from ads, everyone. Thank you for your patience. So, Spider, Daggerfall ran like a bag of ass when it first came out. It was not a well-optimized game. It did not run well. And Daggerfall Unity fixes all of that. This game now runs immaculately well. There's definitely more empowerment to small and medium-sized developers nowadays, but to me, it's more dependent on the dev, publisher, rather than the indie/AAA or old/modern. I think that's one of the reasons indie kind of fits the box that we're talking about, is because they're independent of big publishers. It was DOS. Yeah, DOS. It was DOS, yes. Okay, let's see if this has actually made a dent. No. Okay, let's try one more. Is this just like not a good spell for this? I guess that could be the case. Disk operating system hell. Personally, I consider the 360/PS3 era the dark days of gaming. Since then, we've seen a big revitalization and diversification of game genres. You consider, okay. See, most people consider that the golden age. And do I consider that the golden age of games? Do I consider the Xbox 360 generation and the PS3 generation the golden age of games? I think that when the Xbox 360 came out, a console is a tool for a developer. It provides a sandbox through which the developer is able to create things. Autumnal, welcome in, my friend. Welcome into the game library. I hope you have been enjoying your stay. I noticed your follow offline. I really do appreciate it. Golden Age of games is whenever you grew up. And I think I'm trying to answer the question in a way that compensates for my nostalgia. So if I'm to answer this question in a way that will compensate for my nostalgia, what I would say is that the console through which a game is made is a sandbox through which the developer is able to do their thing. A big reason that the 360 and the PS3 generation is considered the golden age of games is because, frankly speaking, the 360 and the PS3 were the first consoles that we had available to us that opened up the scope of what was possible in a game. So you were able to get a game like Oblivion on the Xbox 360. You were able to get a game like Halo 3 on the Xbox 360. You were able to get big cinematic titles like Uncharted. Hear me out. I know that is a console release title, which dubious, but Uncharted was a big cinematic piece, and it really showcased what the PS3 was capable of doing, which is why it became one of the box titles. I think that to call an era of a game a golden age or a dark age, I think is almost a redundant statement. I think there's almost little utility in doing that. What we could consider, I suppose, is the quality of writing I think is really something that I would look for. I'm not much of a graphics guy. I'm not, as long as your world immerses me, as long as your lore grabs me, as long as your story gets me, I would say that I'm into it. So, another thing that kind of got better from previous generations was, honestly, we got some well-written titles. We did. Oblivion was a fairly well-written game. Now that's not to say we got poorly written games prior to that. For example, Blood Omen, the Legacy of Kain franchise, that was PS1, PS2. Amazingly well-written games. So then the golden age of gaming was when Disco Elysium was really... That is a very well-written game. Oh, am I missing something from Brain Rot? Let's scroll back. Don't know if this is a hot take per se, but I think physical copies of games should be more readily available. Physical media in general is being massively phased out, and it sucks. To continue from my question of the day answer, I still have my old DS Lite, even though it's horrendous. I also have a 3DS XL that works far better. And pick up a cartridge whenever I have the opportunity to pop into CEX. I also have The Sims 2 on disc. I think it's so sad to see physical copies are being phased out, and I'm sure as hell gonna miss them. If they ever completely stop being purchased. I think that there is a massive... Oh, whoa. Fourth wall, what? Huh? Who is donating things?
Melly, that supports
Was
people.
that Melly? I can't see the name on... Well, whoever is doing a giveaway, thank you very much.
Melly, that supports people.
We should just assume it's Melly, honestly. If you guys are interested in a logo water bottle, exclamation point enter. Exclamation point enter, guys. I think it's important to remember that console gaming didn't start pushing computer capability until the mid-late 2000s, but I personally loved earlier consoles. Honestly, once the PS1, N64, and onward came onto the market, then way more people got into console gaming. Yes. New merch idea? I think yes. Okay, Dev, can you explain to me why the needle hasn't moved, like, at all? Like, I've got no movement on restoration, even though I popped the heal spell like crazy. I'm getting to the point I just want to do a dungeon and blow things up. Or I'll just go get training. Okay. And I don't have the water bottle yet, so I might enter. Get gifted my own water bottle, damn it. Yeah, I worked really hard on some new designs. And we do have some new merch designs coming out that I'm very excited for. That's actually why Dizzy showed up in the chat. He's working on it. Nobody look. What am I doing? I'm getting frustrated and not thinking. All right. I need a better healing spell. I think that's what I need. Razman won! Razman, congratulations. Enjoy the new water bottle. Oh, Spider, you do some art. You do some art. I wouldn't press you, right? I always like to pay for my art. But if a member of the community offers a piece, I'm definitely amicable to the idea. So what's the best healing spell then? I've been buying physical copies for consoles like Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and Witcher 3 for my PS4, even though I have... Well, see, okay, jerk-ops. Here's the thing, though. You don't actually own your game if you buy the disc for those generations, right? So, PS4 and onward, those are online games. You might as well just use Steam. The disc is essentially a key to download the game from the internet. So, frankly speaking, I don't consider physical media from like PS4, Xbox One, so on and so forth. I don't consider that physical media genuine physical media. Yeah, you get box art and stuff like that, but really, like, compare it to this, right? So, are you really gonna compare the copy of, say, Kingdom Come Deliverance that you got for the PS4 to my box copy, sealed, I'm not opening it today, but my box copy of Siege of Avalon? Here within is my game disc, my instruction manual. I've got loads and loads of stuff to read on the cover here. I've got like an anecdote of the story. There's so much here for me to consume, and like even the box itself is so bespoke. It's very well produced, and I very much think that, you know, when you get physical media now, it's kind of a shell of its former self. It's not all there. You know, I would want, you know, what we used to get. Show your sexy arms like books, enter bitches. I'm worried about the downfall of big box and small biz retail. My fear is that it will eventually be like Video Market. No more Blockbuster in video stores. That is very, very reasonable to assume. Yes. Melly with another giveaway. Oh, we're getting a tank top. We're getting a tank top, folks. If you guys would like a tank top, make sure to enter. And actually, I can attest, it is a lovely, lovely tank top. It's so comfortable. I'm wearing it all of the time. Oh, I 100% agree, Books. Physical media these days is just a husk. Yeah. I mean, even like, I don't know how complete my copies are here, but for example, we got Champions of Norath right here. So within my box, so first of all, I get my art, right? So you get the art for the game, and then I open it up, and I get met with more art. And this is PS2 generation, by the way. This is not by no means the paragon of what I'm talking about. But then this entire thing talks about how I interact with the game. It talks about the different classes that I can expect to play. I can essentially read through this manual and I can get an entire introduction to the world and the lore there within. And that's very much missing now. You know, there was something to get your hands on, is what I'm saying. TLDR, each use of a skill contributes an XP tick towards the next skill increase. And when that tick pool maxes after 6 hours of rest, that skill will raise by 1% and cannot raise again before another 6 hours. As well, when the skill hits multiples of 15, 30%, 45%, 60%, etc., the XP tick meter for that skill gets larger, i.e., the bigger that skill is, the harder it takes to raise. Okay, alright. Who won? Who won? Necro! Necro, enjoy the shirt, my friend. Enjoy the shirt. So happy you won that, man. Oh. Yes. Okay. So I'm fairly low. So what's another what's like a high level restoration spell that I can grab? Like, the boxes have so much useful stuff. Heck, you even need to use the manual to solve some of the puzzles. You just don't get that level of involvement in physical media these days. Well, and here's the thing. These maps behind me right now, these are physical media from my games. That's a map of Skyrim. You didn't need to use that though. Really, what we're talking about is my map of Morrowind, because that map right there was expected to be used playing the game. Warped, welcome in. Question of the day. People love to hate on Blizzard, but I think when it comes to quality control and presentation, they're still the best. Their games just feel great to play. Yeah, the problem is the writing is... Like, Diablo 4 was not my favorite. Diablo 3 even. Diablo 3 I could hang with though. Diablo 4, what they did with the progenitors of the Nephilim was kind of egregious in my mind. So, wisdom would be a good one. Sure, we'll buy wisdom. And that is restoration. Blizzard cinematics are amazing. They are. Yeah, Blizzard cinematics, 100%. Very, very good. Very high quality. Okay, now let's go into here. We'll do this. Okay. So I literally just have to sit here and cast. This is partly because of my build. My build was stupid. I understand this. Hey Solo, welcome into the chat. Chat, you know what to do. Come and look upon my heart. Did you play Robin Hood Conquest of the Longbow? That's a pretty obscure Robin Hood adventure game. I've not played that yet, no. That would be because it's an obscure Robin Hood game.
I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
Okay, now.
I'm a god. I'm a god.
So Dev, I need you to be straight with me. Do I need to just sit here and cast magic spells until I'm blue in the face? I need to know. I need to know how much I'm about to suffer. Because I might just go to a dungeon. Also, I'm almost on my shepherd's pie and it makes me sad. Another answer for question of the day. I think that if a company is going to remove support for old games, it should be completely free to emulate them on PC or whatever, including ROMs. So, brain rot. This gets into the stop killing games territory. So, what we are talking about fundamentally is... honestly, it's kind of a slippery slope. This conversation is kind of turned into a complete gong show, honestly. And I think where I ultimately land on it is I want the history of games to be preserved. I want what games were experienced as to be preserved. And I think that that can be done in many ways. That can be done how I'm doing it in my channel, which is a celebration of what games used to be. It could be in the sense of kind of a game museum. It could be owning large collections. It could be some sort of archive online where people are able to play these games. So I come at it from a history preservation perspective. I studied history for 8 years. It's only natural that I do that. Where it gets really slippery for me is the conversation around intellectual property, right? These developers worked on these games and it's their art. It's their creation fundamentally. And I'm still of the opinion that when you release something to the public for profit and it creates a cultural moment, that becomes history and that history must be preserved. That's kind of where I land on that. But I understand the people who say, you know, well, you didn't make that, they did, and they decided that it was time for that thing that they made to go away. And I understand what they mean, but I don't think the reality is what they mean. Because we're talking about intent here. And what is the intent? The intent is, well, this no longer makes money, so we're gonna get rid of it. That's the intent. And that's a shitty intention. That is not a good way to... That's not a good excuse for you to get rid of your game, in my view. Yeah, intellectual property is difficult, but I'm 100% with you on the historical preservation. Well, and that's kind of my thing, right, is I think that regardless of what any individual side wants, the crux of the matter is we need to preserve the history. Is complete version, well, the PS2. Yes, yeah, because I have the Xbox version. Yeah, I own the Microsoft Xbox version. As far as restoration goes, heal fatigue is the cheapest effect of that school. Complete version, oh, no, wrong one. If you make a spell of 3 heal fatigue effects with minimum strength, that would be most cost effective to spam. Okay, so we'll go do that. Cause I'm getting sick of this. I need to level up. Mrs. Dereni beckons. Ah, damn. You know what we're gonna do? Just gonna load our game here. Gonna load this game. And we're gonna go to the Mages Guild. Thanks for the stream, Books. It's really late, so I'm gonna have to sleep. Have a good time with Daggerfall. I will. I'm getting a little frustrated, but that's my fault, because I suck. We're figuring it out, and we will level up soon, I assure you. Enjoy your sleep, Jerk Ops. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you so much for contributing to the stream. We'll see you on the next one, my friend. Thank you for being here. Okay, so let's do heal, fatigue. Heal, fatigue. So this is what you're talking about? Like, don't have it level up at all with each level? What am I doing? Scrolling right past it. So Dev, this is what you're talking about? Just like lowest magnitude possible. It's indeed meant to feel tedious to spam instead of having skills raised naturally through regular play, yes. Well, the thing is, like, I've done so many quests, and my destruction is now so high that it's very difficult for me to level in other ways. And, like, frankly, I would like to be able to level, like, it's because I'm level locked that I'm trying to level up in this way, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Oh, shit. Fatigue. Heal, fatigue. Okay, unrelated, but Books, have you ever heard of Blood on the Clock Tower? That sounds really familiar. I feel like a member of the community talked about it, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely feel that someone spoke about that in the community at some point and asked me to play it. Spell power has no effect on XP. Any spell fills the meter. Let's do restoration. Let's see what that did. So we did 3 hours of restoration training and that didn't move the needle, so that's a waste of money. Alright, let's get a dungeon. Banished Daedra.
I don't know if you can assist me at all, Cyvarus. I'm looking for a mage powerful enough to cast the spell Banish Daedra with little chance of failure. Could you?
Very well.
I sincerely hope you're not lying about this. I don't want this particular Daedra slain, for I may need its services later. But it's a vexatious presence right now. And don't make up a spell like Banish Daedra and the Spellmaker. It has to be the standard basic Serkinate spell. Now, because I was the one who summoned this Daedra, I can make your job somewhat easier. But you must follow my instructions exactly. Take this scroll, which contains a spell to momentarily imprison the Daedra using its true name, before using it. However, you must be sure to draw blood from your target, or it may backfire with unpredictable results. Once the Daedra is imprisoned, Banished Daedra has very little chance of failing. The Daedra in question is over in the tomb of Barogoth. I'll expect you back in 21 days.
Did the giveaway bug out, or is it still waiting for others to join? Yeah, no, Razman, you won. Yeah, you gotta click on the link. You gotta scroll back in chat and you gotta click on the link, man.
How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink?
Malthus, welcome in. Question of the day. I think the golden age of video games is over. A lot of AAA studios have let down their communities. The games seem to become streamlined to produce marketable mainstream games with less depth with AI. I think that trend will become much worse. So, I think that what we... You know, whenever we talk about golden ages of games, I think that Autumnal kind of hit a nail on the head with that one, which is the golden age of games is whatever era of gaming that you grew up with. And I think it is important to get meaningful and objective when we have these conversations. It's difficult to do so because games are such a subjective medium. It's art after all, and not ever. You might like Caravaggio, whereas I might like Da Vinci. Right? We don't have the same objective opinions on things because we're not being objective. Now, if we're being objective, what becomes important is what metric are you using to measure the quality of what we're talking about. This is why we have to pressure them moving forward. Like we were talking about earlier, the industry is nothing without the community. Support smaller market games that are doing the right things. And this is the thing fundamentally with... So, what is the commodity of the 21st century? Fundamentally. You know, during the 19th century, it was gold. Gold was important. Jorg, welcome in. It was physical things that were valuable. What is the commodity of the 21st century? It's you. You are the commodity. Why do you think Facebook is free? Why is Instagram free? Why is any of this free? It's because we are the product. Our attention is the product. All these companies are monetizing this, and this. They want, frankly speaking, they want people like me that bring in traffic so that they can drop ads, sell product. Ultimately, it does land back in the realm of the physical. It ends up being, I want to sell a product and I'm using you to draw it in, right? But this all changes if we refuse to accept bullshit business practices. If we say no to AI, AI won't happen. Like, there's a convenience to AI, but if we say no to AI in art, there's a strong chance that things will get backpedaled on, at least somewhat. The fact of the matter is AI does make things so bloody cheap that it's kind of, right now, it's kind of a no-brainer for large-scale businesses, because now I don't have to pay an artist, right? If I am Apple, if I am Chrysler or another business, JCPenney, and I can use artificial intelligence to produce anything, frankly, that I can then leverage that to get rid of my creative talent within my company. It's like, currently, I'm saving money. Now, does this save you money long term? That remains to be seen. I think no. I think that the creative intuition of the human beings cannot be circumvented by computers. But even with that said, we have to convince these companies that that is the case. We have to show them that they're wrong. So I beta tested for Minecraft back in 2009 prior to Mojang selling to Microsoft. Not saying it's huge on my list, because it's not, but it shook the industry up. That's the kind of stuff that is going to push the industry, but it did get bought. Yeah, well, and here's the thing. If you make money, it is in the interest of the conglomerate to purchase you. It is actually more rare for a developer to stay independent after they hit it big, after they have a proof of concept, after they show they can make money. The good thing about AI ads is that it shows me that whatever they're selling can't be that good, because if they can't be bothered to put any time in advertising it to me, why should I bother even spending the energy to consider buying it? And that is fair enough. That is fair enough. But this is, so what we're talking about right now is why I always tell people pay for your art. So when I say to people pay for your art, what I'm fundamentally telling you is that I want what you have envisioned to have a soul. You know, right now I'm paying Dizzy to make me some art right now. There's a piece of him in that artwork. There's essence there. There's an intangible. There's a je ne sais quoi, right? And that, to me, that's worth supporting an artist. That's getting that kind of intangible soul to that piece of art is, it's so important. It is so important. I don't know, maybe I'm antiquated in my thinking. Maybe I am, but actually, what am I doing? Got a spell for this. Let's see, Wizard Lock. We'll do that as 9. Is Wizard Lock to... I might not be a strong enough level. Do I have another lockpicking spell? I don't think I do. Shit. Shit, that sucks. Well, time to spam fireballs. Wonder if this will work. There's always a chance, right? Really? All those fireballs don't work, but a sword will. This is the sword of destiny. Oh, brain rot. Big chat here. Okay, books, you've triggered the historian. I would argue that the 18th and 19th centuries commodities like cotton, silk, and other produce was more of a commodity than gold. If you're talking about straight up commerce, then yes. Or at least the gold has the commodity, as the commodity had lost much of its value. When the Spanish started to import gold and silver from the New World in the 16th and even 17th century en masse, the subsequent inflation somewhat devalued such precious metals.
That is true. That is true. And actually, I would argue, so silk and cotton, yes, but even more so, the reason that Britain and other European empires conquered eastward was for spices. It's for tea. It's for cinnamon. It's for ginger. It's for very, like, what we would consider to be quite inconsequential things. But back then, like, Asian ginger, the closest thing we have to ginger in the West is like horseradish, and I would argue that's not even freaking close. So imagine being one of the first people to bring that back and say, hey, they have this over here. It's like, holy crap. The amount that was traded and paid for spices was truly immense back in the day. But yeah, silk, cotton, that sort of thing was also important. But I would say, depending on how far you're going back, I would say spices were really, really big as well. Joke's on you, books. I don't have to pay for my art because I make it myself. I pay for it in time and sanity. Well, brain rot? You mean wasabi? The good old East India Trading Company, rat bastards. Did Daggerfall mention the spice trading company of Tamriel? East Empire Company. And I'm in no way exaggerating when I say that this tablet is everything that I ever dreamed of. Oh, that expensive tablet. The very pricey one. And actually, the ginger that we consume is a variation on Asian ginger, which was actually, I believe, driven extinct by over farming. I could be wrong, but I believe all the ginger we have now is harvested from rootstock because it can't flower anymore. I don't know why I know that, by the way. Oh, God. The things my brain retains. There we are. Pet peeve. The adage, Britain conquered the world for spices, is one that is so prolific, but in itself not true. Britain didn't conquer much of it. I didn't say Britain. AKA Spice Islands and British India, or rather its conquest, had little to do with spices. Spices were part of the reason it was colonized, but the conquest had a plethora of other reasons. Absolutely. You are correct, of course. Everything is nuanced. I never posited that that was 100% the case. I said that it was a contributing factor. And a significant factor, because it was a significant factor. But it was not the only factor, as you say. And I never said Britain. There was quite a bit of competition between the empires to kind of hedge the market. A finely drawn vellum reveals the secret location of Haman Cheksa Hole, which you record. I drew my icon, which is, oh god, on my current tablet. I'm currently, pardon me, working on stuff for stream, but can't currently draw because I don't have a steady desk. It's a slab of wood on the top of a cabinet, and as such, I can't lean on it. This is a temporary measure until I get an actual desk. What, is there a specific desk you're looking into? Something is coming after me. Now, I do have to be a little bit careful here. My normal tendency
of just slaying everything is not going to work here. Because the goal of the quest is when the Daedra attacks me, I hit it once. And then I have to ever so gingerly coax it into the nether. I wouldn't recommend IKEA, actually. I got my desk from Amazon, and it's fantastic. I think, what is the brand? Roland Star, I believe, is what the brand is. And I love it. I think it's fantastic. Oh, what the f- Ah, jeez. Ooh, fancy armbands. I like a fancy armband. Oh, that was money. That was much money. This pleases me. Empty your wallets. I refuse to use Amazon on principle, but I just want something cheap and easy, which IKEA is. The Brits didn't really get their chance until after the failure of the Spanish Armada. Prior to Portugal and Spain dominated the early spice trading. That is also true. So, the reason that the... Here, Daedra. Yeah, here, little Daedra. So, Malthus, to your point, the reason that the... I guess the... Okay, Levitate's worn off. The reason that the, I guess, rumor that Britain, or I guess the misinformation that Britain invaded parts of the New World, conquered parts of the New World, in order to get access to the spice trade, is because they had been excluded from it for, well, some time. And other empires kind of ruled the spice trade. Oh shit. No, 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 no. I hate that we're all smart, damn it. Well, and this is the interesting thing. Whenever you see smart people talk, this is something that I think is very funny. When smart people are having a conversation, it is... it's a conversation full of yes, and also. Right? Because you're never going to, in anything you say, you're never going to be able to encapsulate the entire argument. You're never going to be able to encapsulate the entire scope of information that fits the nuance of the subject that you're conversing on. So you're inevitably going to end up in a situation where your cohort in the conversation will feel as though they're correcting you or adding information, I suppose. And of course, if their intention is to add information, that is the correct intention. However, if they feel like they're correcting you, it's like, well, I know that. Right? It's yes, but also, and then you're going to be saying, well, yes, I know that, and also. We are riffing over our esoteric knowledge bait. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's do this. What else you got? Come on. Yo, why is this statue going so hard? Okay, well that got destroyed by splash damage, I guess. Oh, hello. Also, it's truly terrifying that the skeletons make the noises they do in this game. And stay down. No, I haven't, K-Solo. I've been very busy with work. I have not. And I should. Because I'm trying to get some voiceover work, and unfortunately, actual work that is actually paying the bills is kind of taking the priority right now, which is kind of too bad. Okay, let's save our game after that. Don't want to die. Okay, Solo, if you could text me that would be great. Because also, a tendency of mine is that I forget. I'm very, very busy. I'm trying to balance the stream, my YouTube video ideas, work, my relationship, you know, planning a wedding. It's all very demanding on my brain. So I do need the occasional reminder. Ads in 5 minutes, guys. Unless you're on YouTube and then you just win. That's not true. There's surely ads there. It's just different. It's not better, it's different. You gonna meet me in the middle? Yeah. Meet me in the middle. So I can shoot you in the face. Can I sit? I can sit! Yes! Please don't kill me, whatever you are. Holy shit. That is a lock and a half. Okay, I need... What is... Okay, so we have Wizard Lock, which is... Is that Thaumaturgy? No, that's Mysticism. Let's see. Fenric's Door Jam. That's probably the lower level... That's probably the lower level spell. I'm gonna have to look into that. Fenric's Door Jam. Because that would up my mysticism. That'd be a very good way to up my mysticism.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, thank God. Thank God. Okay, so there's a spot for me to drop down. Oh, there we go. I was expecting this, Malthus. I was expecting this. As far as the East India Company is concerned, by the way, the field I specialized in, the corporation was making red numbers since the 1770s. In large part due to the army of theirs growing at an alarming but more so unsustainable pace. 1.4 million pounds in debt in 1773. It skyrocketed to 30 million pounds in 1808, just 5 years later. Conquering territories was in fact a necessity. More tax revenue in order to diminish the debt. Cue a vicious cycle. More conquests requires more troops incur more expenses, thus more debt, etc., etc. Absolutely correct. People think of Manifest Destiny as simply a government thing. Everybody looks at kings when they think of Manifest Destiny. Really, a big part of Empire was early capitalists. It was ultimately, well, I shouldn't necessarily say capitalists, because calling those guys capitalists is kind of... That's dubious. But in the early stages of the age of Manifest Destiny, it was definitely the case that... Oh shit, I'm very... I think, what is a better phrase that I would use? It was an age of mercantilism, I guess yeah, mercantilist, yeah.
because it was really the merchants' guilds. Because it was also an age of guilds, right? But the merchants' guilds and companies like East India were very much like paramilitary groups. It's kind of wild to conceptualize this, but the East India Company had a standing army that in some ways rivaled the Empire of Britain. The one thing that they didn't necessarily have was the navy. That's where, like, you know, but the kings, the emperors of the time, were honestly at loggerheads with a lot of these merchants. Yep. Okay, we're gonna... Ooh, there's enemies nearby. Okay, books anticipate... Yeah. I'm fully aware. I'm fully aware. We'll do until fully healed. Shouldn't be too bad. Should not be too bad. Okay. Let's see how we're doing for levels here. 89 and 30. Okay, perfect. Perfect. That's what we want. That is what we want.
A new hand touches the beacon.
Another long name. I'm sorry if it takes me a moment. Adoring Bro Rodan Tefin. I am going to call you... Wait. You didn't put capitals in, so I could kind of read it in many different ways. Adoring... Ooh.
Welcome, moon and star.
Dizzy!
Fire and
Dizzy,
war.
welcome in. Raiders, welcome in. Chan, you know what to do. I want a nice welcome for designs.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy. Oh, come and look upon my heart. Upon my heart. Oh, I'm a god. How can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Daggerfall. I'm a god. I'm a god.
Alright. So we're just gonna wait for ads to drop. We are moving in the right direction though. We're gonna level up this stream. We just gotta have the big dungeons. Okay. So we're just gonna fight this guy. Nice. Alright. Lot of gold. I'm honestly getting kind of worried. Malthus is... I can hear him typing from here. This could be a lot of gold, too. Very tanky enemies. Lots and lots of gold. Okay, let's save our game, because we're moving in the right direction, chat. Small incremental changes. Don't! Oh, I knew that would happen. I knew it. You got that deep voice? Thank you very much. It was Mother Nature. And a good microphone, I guess. But adoring, I hope you are well today. I hope you've been enjoying your time in the game library while you were lurking, deciding whether or not you were to drop a follow and hang out. I hope you're well, and there is a question of the day at the top of chat if you feel so inclined. Let's heal up here. Okay, now let's figure out what we got going on here. Okay. Ads are going to be dropping soon, guys, so I will be taking a moment to say hello to the lovely Raiders from Designs.
Okay, we got 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, you have been released from ad jail according to my display here. So, Raiders from Designs, welcome to the game library where we give a voice to the voiceless games. In this community, we focus on story-driven games that have been obscured from the mainstream conversation around gaming. And the voice is me. I do a little bit of voice acting in games that have little to no voiceover to make them a little bit more interesting, a little bit more consumable for the modern audience, shall we say. That doesn't mean we only play games with little to no voice acting. We have played games with full voiceover, but the focus is always on story-driven games that are obscured from the mainstream conversation. Games that normally wouldn't get a stream. Games that wouldn't normally get content. I have taken it upon myself to make sure that these games receive what they deserve, in my view, which is a fair shake. And a chance to bring newer audience members in to enjoy something they didn't even know existed, perhaps. I think that is very, very important. Now, Dizzy, hopefully you do not hate me too much after finishing that design. Did you move on from my piece, or are you still working on it? Or have you moved on to my next one? Cause chat, he has been working diligently on many, many designs for me. He is not through with me yet. I've much prepared. I've many notes that I'll be subjecting this poor man to in the not so distant future. If I suddenly vanish, I probably fell asleep. It is quite late here. No, I know all my English homies chilling at what, 3 in the morning right now? What is it? Yeah, it's about 3 in the morning for you guys. Okay, now we are going to hop back into some Daggerfall. I sketched up the oh, sweet. I am so excited. I love the way the other one went. Your idea for the background was just like, oh, so good. Okay, we're gonna hop back into Daggerfall. But yes, I'm uber excited. Yeah, 3 a.m. By the way, I always say it, but thank you so much, everybody who, despite time zones, comes in and watches the stream. It's huge. I always say this. If it wasn't for you guys, I would just be a guy chilling out, playing video game in front of a camera. It's really you guys that make the stream. I love my English cousins. Have a lovely night, you guys. Yeah, exactly. Mazasticks, welcome in. Malthus, giving us the history tirade. One of the supposed fun facts that gets thrown around all the time is that the East India Company had its own army outnumbered. I never said they outnumbered. I said they had a standing army, which they did. And there was a ridiculous amount of them, all things considered. And it has to be, you have to look at it at when we're talking about, because it varied wildly. Some even cite it to be 250,000, but state this number with no context or year, making it useless. Agreed. 100% agree. For the first 140-ish years, much of their force was a few thousand men. True. Garrisons mostly, yes, because they had to maintain their holdings. With 7 years' war pitting East India Company against the French counterpart once again, and need arose to up their numbers in troops at just 18,000 men in 1760. It had grown between 155 to 200,000 men in 1805, and even more in
to 250,000, 340,000 in 1857. It thus had outgrown Britain's own forces around the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Yes, and this is where I say that, no, obviously you're not taking me out of context or anything. You're just, you know, sharing. But yeah, it is important to, I guess, look at when you're talking about specifically, because you need, honestly, it doesn't just vary year to year. It can vary month to month. When you're a historian, so for those of you who couldn't tell, Malthus is a historian, and I used to be a historian. I studied post-secondary for 8 years of my life. I was going to be a professor. I never got to the heights that I would say Malthus has in terms of knowledge. I studied I guess kind of the 100 Years' War would kind of be the best way to put it. The initial Norman invasion of Great Britain that kind of changed everything up and created the circumstance with which Britain was able to lay claim to the French throne and thus embroil Britain and France in conflict forever. But I was never really able to kind of take it to its, you know, ultimate conclusion. But as fellow historians can appreciate, when you're looking at numbers, it is highly subjective. You cannot simply say, this year it was this number, because it varies wildly. Whenever historians talk about, in 1801, the standing army of Great Britain was this many. Yes, ultimately, perhaps, but you could be a jackass and you could say, well, in August it was this, and then in July it was this. So your statement is moot. It is incorrect. Dagothar is fun to draw. I'm glad you're enjoying that one. Oh, yes, okay. Perfect. Small wins, chat. Which way do I want to go here? So I came up through here. I should probably go back that way. Shameless personal plug for everyone to watch Taboo, if you haven't. All this talk of East India Company got me wanting to watch it for the millionth time. You mean they didn't track the amount of men in their forces with Windows 95? No. They used what is called a clerk. Is that making noise? It is making noise. What the hell? Interesting. Okay, we got 21 days, so I got time. Not worried about it. Right. Okay, so I hit a switch. We haven't been up this way, so let's... Ooh. Haven't been over this way either by the looks of it. Interesting. Okay. I'm beginning to pick up what you're putting down, dungeon. Okay, so we want to head over the opposite way. Then we'll pop over here. Let's levitate. Let's go.
My one problem with levitate is that you're just a set speed. You become quite slow when using it. Much slower than if you were sprinting. My preference is speed, always. Ooh. Alright, that's new. Okay, so we hit a switch, so there's somewhere in the dungeon that has been, shall we say, opened to us. Well, hello. Well, goodbye. Ah, B, welcome in. Hello, beautiful humans, you sneaky boy. You start at 6 p.m. Yes. B, my schedule is public. I post it every week. Actually, I might have missed this week, to be fair. Naval forces. I think you mentioned them not having one. That's a tricky one. First off, they had the Bombay Marine. So, yes, it varies, right? Because do you include the privateers? Genuine question, right? Do you use the formal naval numbers, or do you include the privateers? Do you include the mercenary forces? Because a lot of empires padded their standing armies using hired goons, essentially. Which is more or less a coast guard for local waters around India against pirates, privateers, and alike. Now, most of their fleet were East Indiamen, merchantmen at the size of frigates or even third rates, with a lot of firepower behind it, sort of a trade warship hybrid. At its height, in terms of numbers, it featured 200 ships, which prompted the contemporary state of the East India Company. Was to be considered the proper naval... yeah. So books, my Canadian history is limited. Present-day Canada was occupied by France, or New France, in like the mid-1500s. Now, my dates are going to be... Grr, I even look at your schedule to see it. No, that's all good. That is all good, my friend. So... oh god, my dates are gonna be... So... It depends on what part of Canada you're talking about, really. Britain and France kind of... I don't want to say coexisted, because they were definitely at longer heads. Shit. Fuck! Damn it. Okay, how far do I have to go back here? They teach very little about Canada in the good old USA. Yeah, War of 1812 is basically all you get. You might forget I did go to school in the US. I did 4 years of my university in the States, and I did 3 years of my high school education in the US as well. So I know exactly how they teach you in high school, because I was there. Historically speaking, very inaccurate show, but the worst part is, after 8 years, it hasn't gotten a second season. It was, Taboo is a very, fun show, I would say. I don't watch it for accuracy. Taboo is not that kind of show. Do not watch it for accuracy. So, my dates are going to be messed up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk in, I guess, broader terms. So, France and Britain entered North America around the same time. So you had the New England colony, and France occupied the northerly regions of Quebec, some of Ontario, and Acadia, which is Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, Nova Scotia in particular. After the American Revolution, and frankly during the time of the New England colonies in the United States, Britain had aspirations, and they started conquering kind of meager swaths of land, mostly using trade companies to compete. So you had the Hudson's Bay Company. That was really Britain's kind of standing entity within that region. Come to me. I don't want to kill the Daedra. Thank you. And over time, after Britain lost its holdings in New England, they slowly started to take more chunks out of Canada. And it came to a head in, I believe, what was it, 1759? I want to say 1759. Or 1659? The Battle of the Plains of Abraham was the deciding battle against France and Britain in Canada. After Britain defeated France in that battle, they took control of Quebec. Now, you might say, well, Britain conquered Quebec, so why do you still have French Canadians? And the answer is that Britain simply did not have the numbers to extradite everybody from Quebec. They did so in Acadia, they did so in Nova Scotia, and that's where you got the Acadians in Louisiana. They came from Acadia, which is then, now, Nova Scotia. And, where was I going with this? That is essentially kind of the genesis point of modern day Canada, because then you had the British administration of the entire region of Canada, of the entire colony. I love how much knowledge you contain in that brain of yours. I studied for a long, long time. Okay, so we have a Frost Daedra here. Okay, and now we need Banish Daedra. Oh no! I was told to hit him, and it would be okay, and it wasn't okay. Very informative books. I actually enjoyed hearing that. All good. And now he bends pipe when he's not a plumber. Yeah, actually, guys, I'm a plumber by day, believe it or not. I am a plumber by day. And again, the dates I don't have available off the top of my head, but... Okay, let's heal. Oh no, damn it. Didn't want to do that. I might have to load my game. It's a little low on mana there. Okay, thank you, K-Solo. Oh, wow, you hurt. Holy Testicle Tuesday. What the hell? All right. He is a fantastic brother. Okay, that should... Oh, shit. Didn't want that. Wow, this is gonna be a hard fight. Okay.
I wonder. I've got splash damage on my side, so I'm wondering if I could maybe hurt him. Okay, now. Now, did that banish him? It had to have. That had to have worked. We're gonna do a second save. Now, why does he present as dead? Okay, well, I think I was using the Banish Daedra spell, so he should be banished. I think French Canada was subdued under George III, making it mid to late 18th century. Yes. Yeah, I feel like it was 17... I'm gonna check this out. This is gonna bother me. Battle of the Plains of Abraham. 1759, September 13th of 1759, near Quebec City, where British forces under General James Wolfe defeated French forces led by Marquis de Montcalm. The 30-minute battle led to the surrender of Quebec and the loss of New France to the British. There you go. I had my date right! Woo! I did it, guys. I remembered something. Oh, I dislike you. Alright, off to bed, Night Owl Necro. Thank you so much for hanging out, my friend. And enjoy the tank top, my friend.
That was easy.
There we go. Oh. What are you doing? What are you doing, Necro? You can't just say before I go and then take 5 minutes. There we go.
Moon and star, come to me through fire and war.
Chad, you know what to do. I did know.
Lay down your weapon. It is not too late for my mercy.
Oh. Bra has 10k redeems. I have a lot of scroll. Yeah, I do. I gotta keep you guys from redeeming it every 5 minutes somehow.
I'm a god.
How can you kill a god? Shame on you, sweet Erebor.
I'm a god.
I'm a god. Oh.
Welcome, moon and star.
Double or nothing, chat. Oh, that's what that did. Alright. In a moment, gentlemen. We'll see you soon.
Lay down your weapons. It is not too late for my mercy.
It's the Dagoth lasagna. It's coming back. Alright.
I'm a god.
Oh,
how can you kill a god? What a grand and intoxicating innocence. I'm a god. How can you kill a god?
A lever.
Wrong lever, Crunk.
I'm a god.
Okay, the enemies are still there. Oh, I hear a fucking spider. I hear a fucking spider. Where are you? You bastards! Die! I hate you. Ugh. Ugh. Can you tell I do not like spiders, chat? I hate these spiders, to be fair. You're great, Black Spider 9. Not just the women, but the children too. You underestimate my powers. It's okay, he didn't mean it. Yeah. I'm gonna just sleep here too. Drunk Anakin. It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. You underestimate my power.
So that's how we lost his limbs. It all makes sense now. Okay, we're gonna go until fully healed. I don't think I've talked about this on stream, actually, about how my arachnophobia developed. I don't think we ever talked about this. Ooh. Juicy damage. Damn. Yeah, like one day, just randomly, I developed, like, really bad arachnophobia. For no reason. I was one of those kids who was, like, obsessed with Steve Irwin. And, it just one day became utterly terrified. And yeah, now I can't, I can look at them, I can look at a spider, I just can't stand to have it touch me. If a spider touches me, I lose my shit. Okay, so I think that is it for this dungeon. This was a very good dungeon for us. Very, very good. Okay, now let's see. Speaking of very good. 59 still. So we're now up to 90 destruction and we're 39 restoration. I was demolishing a shed this Monday and the amount of spiders was absolutely bonkers. So the worst I've had it in my life, the worst I've had it, is Mrs. Books has a little bit of property in, just kind of outside of our area in the bush, I guess is what I can say without being too doxy. And there's waterfront there. And there's something called a dock spider. They are huge. Like, for Canada, they are a massive, massive arachnid. And I didn't know they were there. Nobody told me. I was just like, oh, hey, cool, we're going to the water, and I am going to do water things at the water, and it's going to be good. I like to swim. And then I encountered one of those, horrendous creatures, shall I say. Waterfront property, homie, why don't you all just live there? Because it's very far away from all civilization, and I need to work. That is why. I had a friend that was terrified of spiders. I told her that every time a spider is killed, it sends a telepathic message to the spider home planet, and the Titan spiders live there. Someday they will return to avenge their... Then, you have eight-legged freaks. And I can watch that movie no problem, by the way. Eight-legged freaks, I can watch. No issue. Totally fine. Makes no sense. 0 sense. Okay, I think I need to go up a rung. Interesting. Oh, maybe that's what did it, yeah. It's odd, though, I can watch that movie. Like, I watched that movie. It is one of the grossest, because they used a puppet, it is one of the grossest, like, moving spiders, in my opinion. When he comes out of his little burrow, and he's just there. Ugh. Did you know the recorded longest living spider was 43 years old until she was stung and killed by a parasitic wasp? Damn. What species of spider was that? I'd be interested to know. I'm still an animal nerd, by the way. Like, I still, like, conceptually, I like spiders. The spider from Lord of the Rings is pretty creepy. Shelob. Oh, that scene. Okay, that scene where Shelob comes out of the hole. Like, Frodo is walking away, and just completely silently, Shelob's like...
and she like comes out of the she comes out, and I'm just like, oh no. Just the way like spiders move like just makes me like, ugh. I do not like. Okay, we're gonna go up this way, because experience is experience. Let's get him, chat. Oh shit! Australian trapdoor spider. 43 years. That is remarkable for such a small animal as well. Genuinely, that is insane. Yeah, Ungoliant was the original, I guess, demonic spider creature. 42 years too long. I actually never kill spiders. I never kill them. I always catch and release. And actually, a spider in your household is actually a good thing, because they kill all the stuff that destroys your house. Carpenter ants, spider. Centipedes, spider. Potato bugs, spider. Spiders are really, really healthy for an ecosystem. So don't kill your spiders. And I say that as an arachnophobe, do not kill your spiders, guys. Unless they're poisonous, and you have to. Because there are some people, sometimes there's no choice, right? Sometimes, poisonous animal, you gotta do what you gotta do. Right? It's you or them. And I get that. But ah, there it is. Well, and that's the thing, it's very difficult to know when you've provoked it, right? Very difficult. Fines, we go to Daggerfall. Dinner rolls! How's it going, my friend? I all of a sudden started having a runny nose. I apologize, guys. And it's not like actual like congestion, it's just like a little bit of I don't know. Yes, I would like to go to Daggerfall, please. He's back! He's back! Yes, hello, I'm very sorry to bother you, but do you mind saving your damn game? In a moment. There we are. We have saved our game. Absolute what? Welcome back. Get a Sydney Funnel-Web spider in your house, and I highly recommend it. Well, okay, so this is... okay. Everybody asks why I live where the air hurts my face. What you just said is why I live where the air hurts my face. I don't have to deal with scorpions. I don't have to deal with 21-foot-long snakes. I don't have to deal with any of it. No water monitor lizards, nothing. And the trade-off for me is having to deal with negative 40 degrees. I'll take that deal. Sounds like a good deal. Damn good deal. Some enemies were hanging out here before. Let's see if I absorbed a spell. Ah, there you are. Orc Shaman. Interesting. Okay, he's down. Yeah, so, all this to say, chat, I live where the air hurts my face so that I do not have to deal with giant eldritch creatures and something out of Godzilla. Did I miss it? Oh, nope, you did not.
strictly above board. As always, the most dangerous creature I've encountered, kind of a flex, a king cobra. Oh, we have enemies. Prepare to die. Whoa, what the hell? Jeez, maybe I just travel the road at this point. This mod is lit. Give me all of your gold. I need it. See, Dev? Burglar. A dead burglar. My conscience is clean. I've done the public a service by slaying these ne'er-do-wells. Okay, now let's rest a little bit more. Ooh, my jumping skill. Oh, no, no, no. What was that? Hello? Apparently, when I was yelling about the spiders, she could hear me all the way upstairs.
Upstairs, upstairs.
Upstairs, upstairs.
Second
Yes.
floor upstairs.
Yes, second upstairs. Like second breakfast. You did make potatoes, yes. There we are. Gotta go back to Gurkha, turn your ass around. Chad says hi. Mrs. Book says hi. I don't know if you could hear that. Oh, shit. Want to put my sword away, not pause. Yeah, I don't know if you could hear her at first before I turned the mic off, but she was like, I love you, but you gotta shut up. Apparently she had headphones on, like earmuff headphones, and she was on the second floor of our house. I'm in the basement, by the way, and she could still hear me. Did she come down with a newspaper ready to... Yes. Yes, she did. She was poised and ready to attack me. You would protect me, right, chat? We've had one, yes, but what about second upstairs? What about Elevensies? Dinner? Supper? He's heard about them, hasn't he? I don't think so, Pip. I'm not sure about these other lovely humans, but your librarians stand ready at any harm to come. Not gonna lie, Chad, I'm pretty sure Miss Books could take all of you. She's a feisty, feisty woman. You blundering fool. I specifically instructed you to banish Verog, not kill it. Now I will have to go to the trouble of learning another Daedra's true name. Your presence here has become oppressive, Cyrus. Leave me at once. Damn it. Damn it, chat. Well, this is why we have 2 saves. Okay, so let's do our banish Daedra. Okay, so we have the Banish Daedra spell. Oh, you hurt so bad. You hurt so bad. See, this is the weird thing though, because it looked like a successful cast. It looked fine.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, he like slays the shit out of me. Okay, so let's save our game, because the door's been open now. Ice Golem just kneecap. Yeah. Just. Oh shit. Why won't that cast? Huh. I'm too far away. Shit. Okay, now. He said damage it once. Why isn't that working? Okay, let's try it again. Why does it kill him? What, like, am I using the wrong spell? I don't think I am. Why does it kill him? Okay, let's load our game. Why is it killing him, though? It's banished Daedra. It's saying I don't even have enough. There are enemies nearby. There are enemies nearby. Oh, am I fucked? Well, maybe I'm not hitting, because now it's telling me my magicka's too low to even cast the spell, so perhaps what is happening is I can't even cast the spell. So I'm screwed. Full magicka and I can't cast the spell. Chance 10 plus 5 per 1 level. Magnitude NA. Base chance of success is 10 plus 5 for every level of the caster. No, this looks fine. You don't have the spell points. I do not have the spell points. So, does that simply mean I don't have enough magicka? So, let's check. Okay, so we're at 53, so that's okay. In true Elder Scrolls fashion, can't you just get to some apparel that cranks all that up, put it on real quick and be good? Arguably yes. Arguably yes. But now, like, we're in the dungeon. And if I leave and come back, the dungeon's, like, refreshed completely. Why don't I have enough spell points? Oh, one sec, chat. Just became rather congested suddenly. I apologize. Well, now this feels like wasted effort. I suppose I could leave and come back, but again, I've got a 21-day limit. And I've already used a bunch of that time. I've used a couple days at least. Yes, that is what I would do, but the spell actually won't work. So I'm this is Summon Daedra, or Banish, pardon me, this is Banish Daedra. I'm trying to use it right now, and it will not cast. I am at full magicka, and it will not cast. So I think I was casting a different spell. I think I thought I had Banish Daedra armed, and it was not the case. It was not the right spell. K-Sola, we shall see. We shall see. It depends on what chat votes for. Let's look at my load games here. Yeah, this is like significantly. This is significantly back. I don't want to do that unless I absolutely have to. Okay. I guess let's try and leave. We'll try and leave. And then I'm gonna have to get something that, like, buffs my spell points. Which is crazy to me, because my character has... How low is your magic power to what's needed to cast? So I have... Where can I find my magic power here?
How did all these squares make a circle? No, it's fine. It's fine. It doesn't bother me.
It doesn't bother me. It bothers me. It bothers me a lot. And that one's still green. My mysticism is 32%. So my mysticism is the problem. Evidently. Let's try this. We'll try this. Jack of Trades. I wonder, do I have... mysticism in the spellbook screen. So, Dev, what are you wanting to look for? Like, what do you want to see here? Because I'm not seeing mysticism anywhere. Pardon me, slapping my mic around. I wonder if I could maybe fortify something? You have 300 max. What does Banished Daedra cost? $409. Is that the mana cost? 409? Magicka. Why am I saying mana? Every other game's mana. It's expensive if I remember right. 109 away. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to back out of this. That really sucks. Level locked by the quest I'm trying to get out of level lock through. That stinks. That really stinks. Spell shield. Now what's another... Need a lockpicking spell. Fenric's door jam. F. There we go. Iron Will, Magicka Leech. No Magicka. So, if I fortify intelligence or willpower, will that help? If I fortify either of those stats, that might get me through a situation like that. Man, this sucks. Yeah, I was really hoping I would be able to level up here. It's my own observation, but I can see you really enjoy Daggerfall. I thank you for that, because I'm playing it again too, buddy. Spider, that's kind of the point of the channel, right? Is to get people who forgot about these games or never knew about them, playing them again. I don't want you to just see Daggerfall, I want you to give it a try. That's why I do what I do. And this is a frustrating situation, because I've been not getting much done in Daggerfall for a few days now, but fundamentally, guys, this is par for the course, and we're gonna get it eventually. It's just right now, we're kind of in a bit of a frustrating situation. I might just have to grind level off stream, honestly, and then we can finally do Medora Dureni. Because that's really, I want to get back to the main story, is what I want to do. But we're level locked out of it, which I'm kind of getting why Dragon says the level lock mechanic is a little bit frustrating. Because I'm dealing with I'm dealing with quite a bit of frustration as a result. But guys, with that said, I just looked at the clock and we are nearing our 4-hour mark, which means that our time in the game library is once again drawn to a close, so I'm just going to be saving my game here. Okay, and we now have a saved game. We are good to go. Okay, so yes, once again, our time in the game library is drawn to a close. I'm gonna snooze ads so we don't have to deal with that. Frustrating is an understatement. I'm not there yet. I'm not all the way there yet, but yeah, it's not my favorite anymore. Thank you so much for entertaining me as I got ready for the night. Hope you have an amazing day at work tomorrow. Are you working, B? Are you working this evening, or... But at the very least, you can always take the quest L, use your dungeon loot or funds to maybe improve equipment and take some training to have another go later. That's why I love Daggerfall. Okay, so... Cool. So what we'll do then... You give me... That very good point. So what we'll do, because we did gain some progress towards the level up. So what we'll do is... We'll take the L on the quest, we'll keep our stats, and then we'll pick up another quest. We'll do another big dungeon, and then hopefully we'll gain our level. And then we'll finally be able to do Medora Durrani. I could understand the level lock in stages, but this goes for almost every main quest. That is true. And it has been every main quest. No, sir, I'm with the baby tonight. Wife is working. Ah, I see. So you're just mentally preparing for the gauntlet. Yeah, you know what? And that's a fault I have, Dev. I'm often unwilling to take the L, which I should just take the L. I definitely should. Okay, so with that said, I would like to give a quick thank you to everybody who tuned into the stream today. The chat was especially engaging today. I really enjoyed the conversation about history, getting to share some of my, I guess, the knowledge that you guys don't necessarily know that I have. I hope that didn't bore you too much. I do very much enjoy talking about history. Good night was lurking. Ogre, welcome in. It's good to have you, my friend. By the way, guild trainers give 15 skill uses each time, so they're very useful if you have the funds. Well, I do have the funds. Yeah, absolutely. Ah, the Fallout veteran. But yes, okay, so if you guys are looking to support me anywhere else on social media, I'm on all of the platforms that you see below. I upload to YouTube, I'm on Instagram, I'm on TikTok, and of course I'm on Discord. If you guys are not on the Discord already, please, that is how you get access to me outside of the stream. That is the only way that you guys will be able to speak to me when I'm not live. So, join the Discord, if that is something that you want to do. Now, if you guys are looking to support me a little bit more directly, we did have some merch giveaways today, which is kind of gonna get the point across, I guess, which is if you would like to support me directly in terms of finance to keep the channel going and to make upgrades to the stream room, you could support me on any of the media here. I'm selling merch on Fourth Wall, I have direct donation via Coffee, and I have a gift page on Throne. So if you guys are wondering if, you know, hey, I've got a spare $1 and I would like to support books, there you go. I prefer you guys use the merch page because that actually gives you value for money. I get that, you know, donating directly to me, that does support the stream and, like, I am value, but I struggle to conceptualize myself that way, so my preference is that you guys get some merch, because at least you're getting a shirt, you're getting a hat, you're getting a mouse pad, whatever. You're getting something for the money. But anyways, with that said, friends on YouTube, this is going to be the end of the stream for us. I would like to thank you all for tuning in. It's very much appreciated as I try to get monetized on the YouTube hamster wheel. But my friends on Twitch, we are going to share the love, as always. Let us find somebody to raid. I'm just gonna bring the monitor down here. So let's see who is online and who we haven't raided in some time. I feel like we've been spreading the raid love pretty well lately. Okay, so our good friend Audibel is streaming some Alan Wake right now. Tarkonix is playing Hollow Knight. You know what? Audie is good people. I like Audie. We have good conversations. So, we haven't raided her before. We've raided everybody else that I've seen online. Yeah, we've raided Harold recently. Thomicide's been a recent raid. Master Max. I think we've even raided Revan Knight. So yeah, we'll give Audie some love. We haven't raided her before. So, we're going to start the raid. And if you are not subscribed, there's your raid message. And if you are subscribed, there is your raid message. Now, my friends, it has been the pleasure of a lifetime getting to stream to you all this evening. I ask that you be well. I'll see you on the next one.